Feels, we're coming in. I think everything is good. I forgot something, but I think everything is fine. I'm just dying. Other than that, we're good. As the title mentioned, because I'm melting and the computer is melting as well as myself, uh, I don't know how long the stream is going to last. I've been trying to survive, and that's all I can do. At that instant, we are at a moment where nothing works, everything is dying, and yeah, I see. And you know what? It might. I wish, and I don't know if that's an option. I wish we could do both, cooling and drying at the same time, so that, you know, things happen. I don't know. I don't know. It would be good. It would be good. Um, but then again, I have. I don't think we can see it. Yeah, I have a humidifier right there, which is for humidity, as the name implies. And I don't use it as often. I use it at night mostly so that it's not too dry, but it is still not good. Still not good. But goddamn. Last night, Dapshi, hi, good morning. Um, how to raid with one viewer? I don't think you can. You do slash raid and then the name of the person in question. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Um, yeah, it's currently 37. Lone traveler, we'll call it. Um, enjoy the no help. Um, yeah, I think it's because I just started. That's the first thing, but also probably because I have a minimum raid of two. Um, so yeah. I so last night was officially the music festival of France, which is one of the biggest countrywide event, um, and basically it's an event where people are just playing music in the streets. That's what it is. The thing is, it used to be some sort of a celebration of music and a celebration of styles and a celebration of people in general. And because obviously French, people started to riot and break shit and put cars on fires, and so it happened. And also because of that, because of the amount of damage that the French people were doing, some of the events that were happening started to become or go from free event to paid event. And so for something that was supposed to be a free celebration of music for everyone, for every genre and so on, it's now some sort of a paid event. So you can still have some music in the street and so on, but it's kind of paid, so it's not great. It has never been great, but it's like worse now. But that was yesterday, and obviously I didn't go out because you know it's it's I mean it's people, and that's not a good thing, and it's French on top of that, so that's even worse. Um, but are you gonna just drop on it? No, you got it. Yeah, that's not that. Today is not a drop there, apparently. But this morning I went to the pharmacy to go do my stuff. Oh, I'm not blending either. Uh, and this is normal, but it's worse than usual. The streets were smelling like piss, like every time, but like more than usual. We had bottles on the floor, glasses, trash all over. Nothing was clean. I mean, nothing is clean in France, but like nothing was clean anyways. And it's just like every fucking time there is no respect for the environment in which you are, and it makes absolutely no sense. And yeah, that's just such a common experience from a French point of view that I wish that wasn't the case, but that is the case. So yeah, and then on top of that, obviously it was 35 degrees, so uh, I wouldn't imagine experiencing 35 degrees standing outside with people. Oh my God. That would have been so bad. That was the news. The AC was at 16 degrees all night, and it didn't feel like it did anything. It did something for sure, but it doesn't feel like it's cooling the space whatsoever. And the new AC that is good is out of stock everywhere, and every shop is not delivering to this city. Like they don't want to deliver here for some reason, and I don't know why. And this is just, yeah, I don't understand why that's the case. But yeah, also the AC that is good, which is a portable AC thing, is like $1,000, and I don't know if I want to spend $1,000 um, on cooling again, based on the fact that I have planned on living here. So you know, but nonetheless, if it's hot where you are, please drink some water, hydrate, get a cool space, take care of yourself, the usual, the things that are necessary. Because goddamn, we're supposed to have 40 degrees. Thank you. We're gonna do that again. We are supposed to have like 40 degrees uh on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, and this is a long haul prediction. We're supposed to get 49 in 2027. So, yeah, Chris, we're coming in. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know if I'm gonna happen to remain here. The other thing that is kind of annoying for me is that officially we were supposed to have construction work done. Um, in terms of this building, the roof, the entirety of the roof was supposed to be redone next year. And then the HOA said, "Oh, I don't have enough money to pay for this thing, and therefore it's not gonna happen." And so we are gonna move that potentially to be re-voted next year, which means that the prices of things are gonna be more expensive, and they will not be able to pay for this again, and we're gonna have to postpone and so on. And in that refaction of the entire roof system, there is isolation that is supposed to be in place so that it doesn't go through the entire roof. Because right now, the simple fact that I'm on the last floor and the roof is a metal roof, it's just overheating things, and it's the heat is radiating, bleeding through things. So
Atakambakix is just resubscribed for 33 months.
that's not good. Atakan, welcome in. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate. Are you still next to the sea? I feel like if you're next to the sea, the temperatures are probably going to be a bit better than where we are here. But I hope also for you, I guess these temperatures are regular temperatures. Turkey is civil attempts. I don't know, that Turkey right now has lower temperatures that they haven't seen before, like roughly snow-ish season, which is not I mean, it is uncommon. It's not common, which is interesting. But I don't know. Work on it. We'll come back. But yeah, so that's the current situation. Have fun at the supermarkets. Um, to join Latvia, cool. And it is hot. Yeah, it's hot here as well. I'm currently dying, and I am basically uh, this close to just go back to the hairdresser and chop off everything, like Dapshi specifically, just so that it's just cooler because this shit is taking some heat. It's crazy. Um, it's your last week already. Sorry, I'm surprised. Already your last week. Damn, time pass fast. Why are you anxious? I mean, sad, I get it. Anxious, why? Why? I mean, you knew. You knew. But I'm guessing also one of the things that is pretty good is you can go back at some point. If you really enjoyed the city, if you made friends, if the friends are still there, if you have contact with them, make sure that you don't lose contact with the people that you enjoy being with. Even if you are moving away, just have their contact and not disappear out of nowhere of, oh, well, I'm out now and we never talk anymore. So that could be a thing that you do. You keep in touch with the people that you like, and in that way, maybe you go back in 2 months and they are still there and you can see them again. And it's fine. Yeah, that's uh that's a good thing. That's a good thing to happen. I uh I will say that. But also, God damn it, why the French again? The other thing that can happen for you on this thing, breast is fine. You would be in a kind of hot-ish still environment if it's now, um, but it's fine. It's it's not the best side of France, but for them, it's probably the best side of France, and it's normal. The French don't like each other, which makes sense. No one likes the French. But yeah, what I was about to say is like basically you can explore other countries around Latvia next time. Like maybe you move up, maybe you move down, maybe you check other things that are pretty much more interesting to you. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But like how's the kind of school things? Ruru, hi, what's on it? How are you? How have you been? Welcome back. Um, like I'm hoping that you have learned things and that you enjoyed the time that you spent there because that was the plan, and that you made friends and you have new connections, and then your life is richer now than it was before. That's the whole point of traveling and having experiences in other cities and countries. So I hope that happened. Oh my God, I am so dead. I need like three more fans. That's what I need. Right now I have like a fan on this side, so that big ass shirt is taking the air from here. So that's a good thing. I'm T-posing for cooling reasons. It's a good thing. Dora, welcome on in. How are you? I need three more. Appreciate it. Um, you made a sound composition for an exhibit. Wiz Touch Designer. That's pretty cool. I got two fan. That's good enough. That's good enough. I need three more still. I tried earlier to put one on the desk, and it's just like not enough. And I also basically need um like fucking computer to be cooled down because the fans in the computer are not good enough anymore. They're too old. And the fans on the PC are making the whole room more hot than it needs to be. So it's just like Oh my God. Uh, yeah, I wish I was there again. Like the yeah. Uh, yeah. Yesterday we had a low of 21, and it was basically in the morning at 5 in the morning when you open the windows and there is a bit of a breeze, but not too much. It cools down the flat because it had like a lot of residual heat from the previous day. But right now we have like a low of 25 on Wednesday and Thursday. This is just crazy. Uh, why, Denny? They're also welcome on in, but why? I appreciate it. Thank you for the tips. That doesn't happen often. That is not a to buy a fan. Yeah, that you know what? Yeah, yeah. I see. You need 30 minutes in price. I'm more expensive in 30 minutes. But I get it. We can do that. Um, but yeah, no, I'm dreading Wednesday. Like I'm gonna die. It's gonna be fine. I'm ready to die. But goddamn, 39 is gonna be a crazy thing. I'll see if things are gonna survive, but it's gonna be a wild thing. What do you need, Lenny, as a 30 minutes in private? You need an inflatable mattress and some oil. Is that's 30 minutes? It's fine. Could happen. But yeah, I mean, the fans right now, most of the stores are making them like more expensive than they need to be. And as I mentioned, it's just like um it is um I guess it is the greatest time right now to buy like a heater. Buy yourself the snow jackets that you wanted to buy during the winter last year, and buy yourself a heater. Like heating mats and so on are going to be way cheaper, and that's going to be a good thing. It's the time for the good deals. Good deals. Yeah, I can see that. I think I can hear myself. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So you're using your camera and you're in front of the camera, and then you have effect at the bottom. Um, that's a that's a good thing. We we've used similar things. Again, that's the advantage of having done so much shit. Um, it's in my digital media school back in 2014. We had the project at the end of the year to be interactive, multimedia, digital stuff, and a lot of people have done similar, not identical, but like similar things. And at the time, we were still using like Kinect from the Xbox and other things. And nowadays, with P5 and other touch designer reactive things, it's just so much easier. So I'm pretty happy with that. Um, yeah. Um, Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Um, it's a request, not the ultimatum. Then he received an ultimatum, and I'm guessing I have some hints in my head of what the ultimatum is probably about. Um, and the fact that you're declining is an interesting thing. I'm just gonna say that to be vague and not have as much information. But yeah, that's a cool thing. Also, Atakan, that is really cool. There has been lately in the past few days, there has been a ton of people that have done similar camera enhanced and camera activated things. So Chris is one of the people that have done one of them. We took a look at the Fruit Ninja with the camera thing. So that's interesting. And you know, it's does it react to the camera activity? Is that what happens basically? Um, I wish there was the video at the same time because otherwise it just doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, based on movements, based on placement of the person in the viewport, there will be some different sounds that are happening. And so if you do that in a full environment, um, if someone is passing through, there is sound reacting to it. Plus video, is that the? I mean, I'm guessing that's the easiest thing to do. Easiest thing to do, or not really, but like easiest thing to understand. It's just like the relationship in between the sound and the visuals. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But yeah, um, you're 55-45 in your head. Yeah, you need to give me something. Like send me a description of what the fuck is happening so that I can have a bit more understanding because right now I am not I am not in the understanding zone of things. No, for Denny specifically. Um, but yeah, no, that's a thing. Nonetheless, on the things that I have done, because this is still something, more coming in. No one has landed so far, so maybe you're the first one. I don't know. Um, Day is currently 37, so I'm dying. But yeah, you're not the first one of the day. That's God dang, you were close. That was a close drop. Not gonna lie. Dapsy, are you gonna just drop it? Yeah, damn. It's your first. If you, it's your first landing, congrats. That's impressive. That was smooth and you know. You slid into my DMs. What the fuck did you do? Ooh, ooh. Can I show that? That is cute. That is very cute. Uh, that is pretty neat. I I don't know about the step 1 out of 2 at the top. I feel like this is potentially not the right placement. Um, but it makes sense. Um, and then the first knee-jerk reaction is this might be a tad tight on smaller screens. Like I don't know what phones you're using as a base to take the screenshot. If you are currently doing this in Xcode, you're probably on the 17 Pro. That's usually what they take as default, and therefore on a 13 mini, for example, which is the one that I'm using all the times, it might not be the best option. But this is really cool. There might be like an emotion face range that you need to explore, and we have plenty. So if you go into Pinterest and you go in my boards for character design specifically, you will see a ton of the face expressions. Some of them are very much like just the eyes, which works, but if you go into some of the cats, there might be like good enough for you to get some different levels of emotions. We have others that I do remember that we have in there that are pretty good as base emotions. And similarly to the one that we have used for your beer emotes. So that's the thing that you can potentially reuse. Um, or you go the same way that I went for some of my modes with like the most Japanese things. Um, but yeah, in terms of the range in question, might need a bit more range because right now these two are very much the same, at the exception of the color, which is fine, but whatever. And yeah, you said who cares about the steps? Um, I think if you have something that is going with steps, it's useful to mention that there are steps. However, you can just say next and then complete, and that's basically like next implies that there is a next step, so that makes sense. Yeah, if it's two steps, then no need. If it's more than three, maybe it would be useful to just mention that okay, it's going to take something. However, based on what I remember from this project from 2 months ago now. um, it's you don't have a lot of steps. It's just like what is your mood, and then some journaling things. So that's a good thing. So if you remove this, that's pretty good because it will remove it, or it will move everything up, kinda. You can have a more personalized message if you want to, and then the blobs, which are very much the blah 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 blah, 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 very much this. Um, that's the blob. If you don't know what that is, then I don't know. But if you do, uh, it's the vibe that it's giving me. So there are like existing things. And if you know what it is, you're kind of old. Yes, that's also a truth. I don't think new generation have any idea of what these things are. Maybe, and I'm gonna go on a bit of a whim on this one. Maybe in Japan they have a bit of an understanding because of how popular mascots are, and therefore an anime or animated series that is following a mascot is potentially something, but it is not like something that is as popular as Peanuts or Snoopy because they just love peanuts. So it's uh, it's fun. It happens. It happens. Anyways, I appreciate it. I will take a look at it without the screen. Um, but yeah, no, this is cool. The layout makes sense. The only thing that I will give you now, even though I know exactly that what I'm about to say is not the truth, um, maybe take a look in another language just to see if it takes 3 lines and adjust if one day you want to, like, localize and so on. That could work. So yeah, Madlu, welcome on in. Congrats on the stream streak. Congrats on the stream streak. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty cool. I'm guessing also um, that from here, if I select or if I tap on one of them, then the button is clickable. Otherwise, this is the disabled version of the button. If that's not the case, then this is not accessible. But if that's the case, and it's just like on click, it just activates, then we're good. Um, and this section is fine. I feel like that's a simple splash screen animation. If you have some bubbles things, for loading, if there is a loading screen, but it again, the splash screen is not something that is necessary. It's useful, but it's not the most necessary thing, specifically when the app can load fast. So if you want a splash screen, have a splash screen. You could remove it. You could remove it if you wanted to at some point. But yeah, no, otherwise, this is pretty cool. The design direction is indeed going in a very different direction, which is cool. And it's still very much basic in terms of layout, or basic enough that you can expand in very drastic ways. So that's cool. But yeah, I would love to see the step 2, and potentially if there is a step 3 or other things, to see how it looks. But yeah, that's congrats on that. I mean, I just switched. Let me just stay there for 1 second so that everyone can kind of see. This is the previous version of the design that we had last month. Not last month, 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So very corporate on this one. And then we go into this, which is very much more friendly. It might be a bit too kids oriented for some people, but because again, it is mostly for you um, as a starting point, then yeah. Let me read that thing real quick. And thank you for the new screenshot. um, yeah, Denny. So I have the recap. Cool. I have everything. Good job, me. That's what I had in my head, so that's good. We are aligned in the thinking. You're in the same situation as me in a way, and things are tied together, and you need to have the things in order to keep the ties. I'm staying vague on purpose. Uh, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can find another tie that will still give you what you need, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Um, This is pretty clean as well. I would say some of these could be uh, wrapping, I guess. Like the fact that learning could be right there and you have like a 3 by 3, same thing here. Like that could be a good thing. Or you could have them with proper wrapping that um, the creativity is probably going to be a bit wider and therefore the learning is going to naturally going to drop in the next one. So yeah. Um, no, I don't think that's the case. I think that's a good thing and it makes sense. Um, it is something that has been brain taxing and anxiety inducing and so on, and therefore when you when you know, you are relieved that you felt some relief, and that makes sense. Like the unrelated but similar. um my sister and myself, same thing. We both have uh conditions in terms of health and behaviors and so on that we had from the beginning of how long as we can remember, but we have never been diagnosed with anything. And every time that something was kind of like one of the symptoms, every time it was like everything is positive, everything is good. Like you don't have anything on the surface level that can create these symptoms. So it's just like whatever in the food, I don't know, or your mood on that day that just triggers the things. And then I got my diagnosis for the thing that I have in my brain, which impacts and implies some of the other symptoms that I have. And I have some relief because it's like now I know. Like I know where these things are coming from, and therefore it is uh, more peaceful to be aware than to have the symptoms and not be aware. So in that situation, which is a different subject, it is kind of the same. So now you know that you will not be in an environment in which the the symptoms are created, and therefore you're relieved, which is good. Um, but you still need your shit, and that is a good that's a good reason. Like same for me. I need my shit as well. So we'll we'll go there. Um, The only thing that I see, Jerome, on this one, which is, I'm guessing this is based on the fact that you are probably running this on the simulator for iOS 27. I'm just guessing, I don't know. Uh, your header is currently with the scroll edge effect hard, and I would go with scroll edge effects soft because the blur transition is a bit better for my taste, and I think it would work better for that environment specifically. But that's the thing. Again, still not a dev whatsoever, but I'm talking about code. How? How do I know? I don't know. Yeah. The one that we have in mind and the thing in question, I'm gonna go to it directly because it's gonna be fine. In the latest, some of the latest drops that he has made, we have, I think, he's been talking about it with. It feels like it's supposed to be this one, but that's not. That's not the case. And I've seen it, like I feel like I've seen it a day ago. Um, what the fuck is this? he's been doing some things on iOS 27, and now I don't see the thing. That's the thing in question. I was right. So the scroll edge effects style, you now have the hard, which is the current default, and if you go into soft, you have that nice transition that iOS 26 has implemented, which I think would match better um, with your use case. So, you know, do that. Um, I mean, do that if you want. Do that, baby. Um, Interesting choice right there. That's a weird system. So your step two is in a sheet. Hmm. Ah. I don't know if I like that. Um, I will say. Um, I mean, if you want to, yeah. Technically speaking, and then I'm gonna be straight with this one. Technically speaking, the tips doesn't give you anything. You just gave me a tips, which I appreciate. Thank you so much. It, it's not a funnel of getting access to a 30 minutes, 1 hour call, things, whatever, officially. Uh, we obviously have been seeing each other for so long that you can just have a chat with me on Discord, whatever, and that's fine. So, like you don't need to, but I appreciate it. Don't charge back though, that doesn't work. um, but if you want to, yeah, if you want to have like a longer chat, we can do that. I don't know when because I'm gonna be dying in the next 5 days with the heat. But other than that, yeah. The thing that I would do here, Jerome, is the a classic one of these. So if your blob is just that, and like that's your blob, whatever, uh, and you have this selected, I would do that. I would get like a selection as a on the image itself, not as a rectangle around the thing. Um, but yeah, like that makes a lot more sense for me. To be like, okay, Paul, that's the selected one, and therefore the others um, on the sides are just not going to be that strong. So this one is just the highlighted one, and for you, it's going to be that kind of teal color that you have, um, and it's simpler. It makes more sense. However, creating this might be a bit more complex to do, but it will work. But I get it. The thing that I'm like unsure about right now is the process of having step two as a sheet. I feel like this might not be entirely um like the most intuitive behavior. Also based on the fact that you will be able to dismiss it by mistake. And unless you have mentioned dismissible disable, which is another thing, but you could be scrolling down a bit too much without paying attention and then closing that sheet. So doing a, a full screen cover sheet is an option, or doing a page so that you go from here to there as a secondary page instead of a bottom sheet would make more sense to me. Other than that, uh, that's good. But yeah, full screen cover could work, could make things a bit easier. That's what I'm doing for Can, for anything that is like quiz related. It is a full sheet cover or full screen cover sheets coming from the bottom with the quiz inside. And yeah, the the placements are good. Things are where I'm expecting them to see them, so that's good. Um, and then the potentially only thing that I'm like, I don't know, but that might be just me, is how good are these uh ranges? Like, again, this is for you and for yourself and self usage for now, so that makes sense. But how intuitive and good are these things? Would it be better to have like a slider? Would it be better to have um, a full text? I don't know. But maybe, like you do have the notes, which is cool. But it might be a bit complex at times to figure out exactly what is happening in that thing. And yeah, I'm still T-posing. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be a T-pose stream, that's for sure. Um, God, just getting the hair from the fan on the back. Um, Small set as default. One can add edits. But other than that, this is pretty cool. It's clean enough. The background is beige, so I might say, aka I'm about to say, um, if instead of that color that you have right there, so I'm gonna just use that. If I use something that was closer to the purple of your character, or or something that was closer to the current mood in which the user is, meaning that instead of having a hue tint that is in the orange, we have a hue tint that is mostly in the blue or mostly in a purple thing. You can, I mean, specifically if I go in the blue, it's easier to spot, but you can kind of see the difference in between the two. It will give you a bit of a cooler interface. So um, that is something that you can have. And um, do I have that? Yes, I showed you that before, but I'm gonna show you again, and it's gonna be okay. I just hope that this is gonna load because I don't know. Um, but that is going to be the easiest thing that you can have. So if I have uh, a rectangle, you know what? Yeah. Uh, if I have a rectangle here, and then that rectangle is going to take the foreground style of dark purple, I guess. Um, that purple, goddamn, that purple is the color that you have as the mood color, and the only thing that you can do here is say, okay, so this is gonna be mixed, and it's mixed with white by I don't know 0.8 or something, so that it's just like a combination of the two, and you get your background color that is based on that. Instead of being purple here, you have one of your um, variable that is just mood color, and your mood color is taking, I don't know, teal maybe, and therefore you have your background color is going to take the effect with the white so that it's good enough. I'm guessing 0.8 or 0.9 might be 0.9 might be a bit too light, but it's also like a background thing. So for that, it could work. And then if you were like myself and you say that this is um, using the primary color and nothing else, that means that this is going to be darker if on dark mode is going to be switching pretty easily as well. So that's a thing that you can do. It still has the split, but you know it's an option. But yeah, that's the easiest thing. Again, still not a dev, and I'm still talking about dev stuff. That's crazy. But yeah, having that mix with is is pretty simple, and it's gonna work. The only thing that might be a bit complex then is because your tags currently have the range of color. Um, is uh, it is probably gonna match some of your background at some point. So same thing. It's just a matter of saying, well, this is using the same color. Like nature is probably green with a dot mix off or with an opacity off. But if your background is dot green as well, if that's an opacity, then it's not going to work properly. So having like the dot mix with whatever by whatever, it's going to help. But yeah, no, other than that, that's really cool. I like the simple purple button at the top. I think this is cute. And on the second one, you have the tag being green because you're using like the pretty good, which you have as a green color. So that's a good thing. Um, if this is the beginning, so don't worry about it. But if I were to push a bit on this, I think getting somehow the blob that is here to reflect on the mood could be a good thing. Uh, so if you're currently in pretty good, then this one is going to be green. If you're currently in okay, it's going to be purple, and so on. Like that could be a thing. But yeah. Um, I guess yeah, the last thing would be if not color, then what? Uh, because as we mentioned many times, if this is like, I don't know, using someone that doesn't really have chromie in their eyes and they can't really see colors, ah, not as differentiated and might be a bit complicated for some of them to figure out. Like obviously there is the titles underneath, but it's not as easy to understand. Again, this is like an extreme example. It exists. Some people don't have the ability to see colors, which is, you know, it happens. It's fine. Um, but yeah, like these three are basically the same color, and these two are basically the same color in terms of luminance. So you wanna, or you would want to get something that is a bit more shape based, maybe. Other than that, good. I'd say if I do the thing in question that I had earlier, if you remove the step, put that here, I feel like this is pretty good. That kind of means that your text can be more centered, potentially like a bit higher. And if there is like 3 lines, therefore you have enough space. And then the last point is going to be on this one, which is not necessarily something that makes a lot of sense, but if you just make them a teeny tiny bit smaller, so that they kind of match the edge of the buttons. You get something that is a bit more unified. But again, me being me, I would go with some shit like this. The fact that this one is selected is going to be pissing me off, but it's fine. At least we have the full space, which apparently, based on what I'm seeing right here, it moves the character a bit. You don't have the same amount of space around all of your blobs by default, so that's interesting. Let me same amount of space. And again, this is just like me thinking about stuff. I would probably just probably do that. I probably just get a bit of a fan, you know, for no reason. But yeah, I wouldn't. That's that curve thing is probably a recommendation I would have at some point for no particular reason other than I think it works. If you're having a bit of a curve like this, could. You know. Just creating a bit of a different vibe for the selection. More friendly, whatever. It's subtle. It could help. It doesn't matter. The thing that I'm seeing also is that you are not necessarily using the native tab bar at the bottom. Why? What? Why not? Like a regular tab might help. I don't think I have anything on there. That's that's such a small change that I've done right here. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, this is cool. I do think that a mood-based shape is a good option. We had and we used one of them. I think I saved them. I used them obviously for perfume. But we have some, and they have different shapes. That works. But if you just want some things, then it's fine. I guess Blobby. Stony, hi, what's going on? Are you as well in the death right now? I guess we are all in the death. It happens. But yeah, Blobby here is a potential option for you to get some move around, specifically with the look of the faces. So that could be a thing. And then I'm obviously looking for something that I can't find because I'm looking for it. But like shit like this is also the thing in question. Like it's just that makes sense. That's like that has an effect. So if your blobs were like more spiky when you are not really in a good mood, then that could help. But also, I do feel that the if we use yours right there, your blob right here is not great. But if you know anything about not great, most people that are not great are gonna be more blobby, more lower tier. So I would probably say something along the line of, if that's my initial blob, let's put it a bit higher. Um, uh, like it's gonna be bad. But if you have this, and then for not great, instead of that, you get like less or lower head placement and more assessment because you're not that great. Like that's I think that could happen. This is not the way. Let's be clear. This is not how you're supposed to make the blob more stuff like this. But yeah, different shapes would help for sure in order to let people just see things at a glance and be like, okay, cool. I recognize that emotion because of the shape of it. Like even if it's a shape that is handmade and so on, specifically now, this is just easier for you to scan compared to everything is the same. So what we're blobbing about is Jerome has the app that we were talking about 3 months ago. This thing has been evolving and now has a bit more of a blob-like design, more cozy, more friendly, um, because it's a mental health reflection app thingy. And therefore, for the blobs right now, they kind of look the same. And it might be a bit complicated for some people to distinguish in between mood A and mood B if you don't have the titles later on. Like if you have your recaps on the calendar and it's just the blob itself and the color, you might not necessarily know what it meant. So having the ability to change blob shapes would probably help. So yeah, this one is pretty good. I'm gonna send that because that makes sense. It's always a good reference to have like multiple shapes. And I think we have another one. Um, you need one more on the left. Yeah, I guess we're gonna go there again because I'm probably not gonna find it as always. Um, do we have it? No. I know. I know, I know. And the thing that I say every time is that I should search somewhere else or I should do something differently, but every time that I do so, in most appreciated, we end up with stuff that is not aligned. And so let's just look here. I'm gonna kill some people. Choose all the beds, just the beds. Taking my time because otherwise, if I'm too fast, it's gonna be bad. Um, let's do filter, not filter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, by popularity, but it's also like kind of complicated. Oh my God. It's crazy that every time I want to talk about this thing, I can't find the thing. Um, I really need a way to get like a. This is not. I don't think this is their project, but we never know. But that project in question had a very interesting thing for symptoms and mood tracking. And so the blob in question is taking the symptoms and having some effects to it. So it has different shapes. It have um like it has like a very interesting concept nonetheless, even though this is an 11 years old project still, because I mean I'm still talking about it to this day, so it is the reference for me for good representation of moods and symptoms on the user. So if the user is looking like this, no symptoms whatsoever, and then plenty of symptoms whatsoever, is a pretty cool thing. However, obviously, you don't have back pain, acne, and so on that is quantified within, but you can still check how they have their shapes for the moods. And it's mostly like the emotions are way stronger than what you currently have, at least from my point of view. Like these illustrations are visually more interesting, or not more interesting, but like more stronger. Therefore, we end up with stuff that are pretty good. But yeah, like that's the reference every time. Um, and it could be a good thing. You know, we don't know. um, but yeah, that's the to me that's gonna be the thing that would make it better, just by having multiple shapes for moods and or better faces, expressions, um, in terms of range. So making sure that these two are not too similar, these two are not too similar, these two are not too similar. Like maybe there is uh, a mix of both, better shapes, better faces. But then again, based on the fact that right now this is a ChatGPT creation, then yeah. Um, it mutes the audio when I say something weird, maybe. I don't know. Um, oh, that's the thing. Yeah, that's wild. Chat didn't go through, which is interesting. But other than that, I think you're good. I don't think you have answered that question. Why? Why? Why not? Why not the native tab bar? Like it would be so much easier to manage, maintain, and also not that you care again, but um, if you use the native thing, if they update the program, no, the system to iOS 28, or you want to support like iOS 18, it's just a native stuff. So it's just going to behave as native, and that's going to be good. So it's a good thing. They forgot the Z index. That happens. I don't think I have it. I think my Android phone doesn't have the latest version of the Twitch app. Because it's too old. And because I don't use the Twitch app on my iPhone. I don't know. But yeah, that's I think that's the most important section from everything that I said. The background being tied to the mood is gonna help a ton. And since you already have the mood's color based on the screenshot that you have shared, um, like they already exist, I feel like this is gonna be pretty easy and simple for you to just put in place by using the full color with a mix with, and then be good. Um, but yeah, blob wise or character wise, I don't know if Nano Banana isn't better for generating characters. Not that I like the idea of generating images that you can hire someone for. Um, but yeah, yeah. I also don't like this text at the bottom that you had here. I feel like this is not placed where it needs to be placed based on how it's presented. So right now you have the navigation bar that is going to have the gesture navigation bar underneath iOS here, and you have the next button, and then you have this thing that is floating in the middle. I don't know if this might not be better to put above the button just for the hierarchy of the pyramid of information. But then again, the fact that you have like a button and the tab bar so close together feels potentially wrong and not as good. So I don't know. I don't know. But I think they are fun and cute, and that makes sense. And maybe, I don't know if we have any of that um, in the 3D assets. Maybe we have some kind of mood-based characters that you could get um, that are all blobby. I doubt it. Like you have the emojis, but maybe not. Maybe don't do that. Um, maybe not there then. Maybe an illustration for characters again. I don't think we have a lot of abstract characters that could be used. Maybe these slime activities. But yeah, they have different shapes, which is, I think, very important. Other than that, okay, nice to see. So congrats on restarting or at least continuing working on this. This is good. It needed to happen at some point, so we were waiting. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, they don't have enough good illustration for abstract things, and I don't know a lot of resources that have like good outputs. So also $8. Why not? Anywho, Anywho, this is cute as fuck. Um, in the me trying to do things and not achieving the results that I wanted to have, let's discuss the latest features that I put in place, which is working, but not really, but kind of. Guys, as well, like similarly to what I did last week with uh doing a design review, when it comes to like the presentation and the UI of Can specifically, what is in there and how it's presented, figuring out why I'm not using it as much as I used to is really important because it also explain why people are not using it either. Like there is a ton of attraction in the first place, but then the retention is not good enough. So if I alone isn't like staying on it, then it means there is something that is missing. But there's also something that is true and to be considered, which is that's gonna please Sony a bit. the the initial push for Can, yeah, and work on it. The initial push for Can was I need an app to help me learn the vocab that I need to learn for Japanese because most of the other apps don't have focused type content, and we end up with stuff that we learn that we don't really give a shit about. Like right now on Duolingo, I'm running along getting gift, I think, or receiving and giving things to other people, and it's like I get it, but it's more important to me to learn about how to express myself in a business setting than anything else. So that's like that was the premise of why Can exist or became a thing. And then I kind of stopped using it. And and it's because I spent more time on building the app than using the app. And I was more interested in the features building and the creation of the content rather um, than using the app for the purpose of the app. And you may have entered the same thing with the previous version, and therefore you just needed the new version. And in order to break the cycle, you basically need to say, I am aware that I'm using the app for testing purposes and not for using and learning purposes. So let me just make it a priority to use it and not test it. And that might help you to retain the cycle and the habit of just using it for using it and not using it for testing purposes. But yeah, like right now, I'm testing purposes very hard on this thing. The latest feature is in the sharing section. We currently officially on the published version, we all only have Discord, which has the ability to switch in between light mode and dark mode, and then you can enable, disable the background if you are into that. And what I'm trying to add right now is a custom mode, which also brings that button for no reason whatsoever. But it brings me something that is similar enough than the original one, and then I can move things around. I can remove stuff if it's not like the thing that I wanted to have in that presentation. And Flora, will come in. And then from there, I can change the background to be like transparent, to use my camera, to use one of my pictures if I had like a perfume that is very floral and that's the scent of the perfume in question. This is a thing that I could do. People could take a picture of themselves with like the right the outfit of the day type of thing. And then obviously if you have like your perfume bottles, your spider charts for the content, this is a potential option. However, right here you can absolutely see that this is not accessible whatsoever. So I need to work on that to make sure that my stickers are going to work in their usage. Because if that's like this was the perfume in question, and therefore I just want to have like the full information about the perfume. Maybe this is something that I just have right there, and then you know, changing something. This is not. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't work. It's kind of complex. The purpose of the editor is acquisition, basically. The goal is to give the ability to the user to share an image that is um, more true to them. Like right now, this is what I have, which is not good. I mean, it's fine, but it's not great. And if I give them the ability to just share something that has the logo, the same way that Strava is having like a very social um, extension by the simple fact that you are sharing like your Strava run and there is the Strava logo and you want to be part of the people that are sharing Strava stuff, having like a shareable element is the ID. And so right now I'm thinking about it. I don't know if it's a good option. I also know that because it is not a page and it's a sheet, this animated thing that is very heavy on metal is running in the background all the time. So that's a very heavy thing that is processing a ton of data. That if it wasn't the case, that would probably be better for performance. But yeah, right now that is not where we are. So yeah. But that's the initial plan. I don't like it yet. I'm gonna be honest on this. I would prefer, I think, to end up with a page that looks good enough and closer to this, and then let the user just move things around from the original thing, and then keep the reset to preset. Because right now, the thing that I've done is that if for some reason I wanted to do uh, this instead, and I move the content from one side to the other, this is saved. And so if I move to another perfume and then I go to share that perfume in question, it's going to have the same layout as the last time that I used this feature. So that's something that I think is going to be useful for some people, because if you are someone that shares picture and you have like a very specific type of layout that you prefer, then this is an option. But I'm also this close to just scrap everything that I've done for the past 2 days and just keep the preset and forget about it. And maybe just have like different things as toggling like on or off this. But yeah, I don't necessarily know just yet if this is gonna be a final feature. It's useful, but it's not great. That's the issue. I took a big inspiration from TikTok for the UI itself. I liked what they had here for the presentation, and therefore when we did the thing, then we had something that was a bit better. Um, the thing that I've done on this, which is also was a test for me as someone that tests Figma, I took this screenshot and I used the AI stuff to just say, can you recreate this UI in an iPhone frame instead? And it just did. It did 90% of it. And then I had to clean up a ton of stuff. So none of the liquid glass were in there, none of the proper alignment were in there, but like most of it was good. So I think that's one of the things that's probably going to happen more often. If you have like a sketch somewhere, or if you have something else that you take as a reference that you want to have inside of a Figma file, then you can just use the AI agents to just generate something. And the way that I did it was by using the teeny tiny starters right there. So it worked in the sense that it just it's not the most obvious feature in the world, but it's still a feature that works, and I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, right now the debate that I have is if I get background is here, and so I can delete the current background or replace it um, with another image, and then add a sticker, so that's more native behavior. This could work, but it's just like not as good. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know just yet. Nonetheless, Flora, how have you been? It's been a while since I've seen you in there in chat at least. How's everything? Other than that, that's the latest feature. I feel like this is probably going to be useful for some people if I can figure it out. And then because I my cursor token things have reset it on the 19th. Weirdly enough, on the 19th, I had no token anymore. So this is just, I'm using cursor still, but it's still giving me things that are not good enough in terms of usage. So it's sad. Schizophrenic. Hi, what money? How much does cursor cost to build? Well, officially, it cost me $400 a year, and I don't want to give them the ability to move to the on-demand thing. So they give me officially $20 of inference. I'm currently at 71, so they are giving me like way more. Last month we ended up at 80, and at 80 they gave me a very hard cut on the amount of thing that they could provide. We were also reaching 100 million tokens for that month. So maybe it's a token base, maybe it's a cost base. I don't really know. We'll see in about a day, to be honest, or technically in about two prompt. Two messages are gonna push me over the limit again. But with that, I'm paying 460 USD a year, which is like 376, 380 euros per year, and it's not good enough. It was great when I had unlimited in the beginning, and then since they changed their pricing model, I'm probably gonna stop using it. So I'm bouncing in between cursor when I have the tokens, so on the 19th to 22 usually. And then otherwise I go into open code because they have some open models in there, something that are free. But that's about it. Not it's not great. If I were to be like truly free and have like an on-demand usage enabled, I would burn through, I think, easily $1,000 a month, if not more, by the simple fact that I've done $50 on one day. So yeah, that's like the just Claude alone cost me $50 with the Opus 8, Opus 4.8. And that was like, I don't know, 15, 20 message maybe. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like Fable was the test because it was on the list, so I said, you know what, let me just check. And then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, let's say 12 13, 14. Yeah, 16 messages. And then after that, I had to go back to Composer 2. And then I went back to Claude just a bit for something that was a bit more complex. And I've been on Composer 2.5 since then. Basically, somewhere along the line of here, I probably reached the $20 that is included in my plan. And after that, it's just free usage that is capped apparently at either $80 or 100 million tokens. So we'll see. We'll see tomorrow where we are. But yeah, it does. It does, but it's sadly the only, not the only, but it's one of the good one. Um, a lot of people have been saying that Codex is good as well. It's just that I also have this is a me thing, so don't worry about it. But I also have a mental model of if I start running and building something with a specific model, that specific model has a very specific mental model of how the code is supposed to be, and regardless of the chats and all day and all session, the model architecture and the harness in question will have like a similar brain system. Whereas if I hop between Codex to Claude to Composer to Kimi to some other things, they all have similar way of thinking, but they don't have the exact same thing. So it's not improbable of, I don't know, I'm going to say something that is not true, but just for the sake of the argument, um, basically having Claude use camel case for naming variables and Codex using snake case for variables, and therefore it just like it doesn't match. And that's the type of thing that just I would rather go into Claude entirely for a project and then go into Codex entirely for another project, but that's not like feasible right there. I did try Replit when it started, and it was shit. And I'm sure it's better now. um, I I'm sure it is better. I just don't see the interest or the appeal to any of this uh, from a builder point of view, from a quick prototyping point of view. Yes, this is a good thing. It's the easiest way to get like some of the prototype running, like Replit, Lovable, and so on, are gonna give you what you need, kinda um, quicker. But if you want to then export that somewhere else and have this in a code base and work with external agents and don't have any of the Replit JavaScript scripts and files in there, it's just not gonna be easy. So it's yeah, I don't like these tools for that reason. Same thing with V0, same thing with Lovable. It's just like they have some internal tooling and scripts and JS files that ensure that you have a subscription, and if you don't, then you're kind of blocked. So yeah, they also have internal um, relationships with like uh, how can I say that? Other providers. So, for example, in Zo Computer, which is currently broken for some fucking reason, um, I don't know why, but it is. They it's working, but they don't provide. Apparently, it's not working. uh, they have like internal API working with like Twitter, Threads, and other social platforms. And these are coming from their own partnership with the fact that the company, as in Zoe Computers, has access to, uh, or had apparently, access to somehow a partnership with Twitter, and therefore they have access to that. But it's a bit of a weird thing. And it's hidden within thing that you don't have access to, and that's what also I don't really like. Um, Anti-gravity was fine in the beginning, and then they changed the pricing, and now it's shit. You will recognize that this is a bit of a theme around here. It's like mostly. Don't tell me it's dead, please. I would love for that to just run and not die. Because it costs a lot of money. That's the thing. In order to have cloud computing um, as as easy as it used to be about a year ago, you need so much processing power. So Google has the processing power in some capacity, but not with the capacity of the demands for the amount of quality of the outputs. And therefore they kind of had to change like their pricing models to get something that was more sustainable. Claude is the same thing. Cursor is the same thing. They used to have a pricing that was request based, and now it's usage based, which is a bit of a different thing. But simply because the and I think we have talked about that before. And also, Flora, I'm going to explain the app in a second. I know that you asked a question about the app a second ago. Um, like basically, if you have somehow uh, the understanding of how things work, so your let's do 16, it's going to be fine. And let's do 24 so that it's simple. And do 40 here, a bit more. When you are sending a message to any of the agents, it's going to be inside of the context window. So it goes in and it takes, like, that's your context window. And then the agent is going to reply and it's going to be like right there. So you send a message, agent replies, that's the context window. When you send another message, what happens is these two get attached to your next message, roughly. And so your context window is shrinking by the fact that you are not clearing up things. So it's going to go through what happened before as if you sent the previous content, like with the last message, and then reply. So it sends everything every time and so on. One of the reasons why I don't like skills is the same as here. Basically, a skill is going to be somewhere around here as bloat content above, but it's also going to be resent roughly again when you send another message. Your skill is going to be reused when you're sending the thing. It's like resend and so on. So your context window is shrinking so fast. But I'm not talking about context window here. I'm talking about prices. The fact that the thing that is resent is always getting bigger and bigger and bigger means that the processing power that you need for any given message is somewhat exponential or linear-ish, depending on how much you are doing things. So your provider has to process more and more and more data every time that you send a message. And that is one of the reasons why they had to change their pricing models just because the context window is getting like eaten very fast. And then they implemented the thing that is reasoning, which is taking even more of that context and resending that reflection all the time. Like I had one message last January that was 27 million token with one single task. And that should have costed me a lot, but at the time I was in the free tier, so it was all free, which was good. But yeah. So there's that. The fact that the reasoning is bringing in a lot more text and a lot more content means that the prices needs to go up in order to basically adapt to what is necessary for the model to understand, and therefore it impacts the computing powers of said models to end up with things that are more expensive. That's basically what it is, and why it's just everything is going up. However, one thing that is very important to remember is the fact that the AI models, LLMs, labs, and so on um, are providing it not at cost. So if they give us something and they say this is gonna cost you, I don't know, $1 per million token, um, that basically means that for them, they are selling it at like 10x or maybe 5x or I don't know how much, but they need to basically um, get a bit of the money back. They can't just run it at cost. So running a model is costly, but it's not as costly as they make it seem it is. That's the first thing. Um, and when you look at the other models, like the Chinese models, you have things that are extremely cheap. Like Kimi is extremely cheap. The latest GLMs are extremely cheap. The Xiaomi model is pretty good as well and cheap. So all of that is the thing. Where am I gonna go and which I'm gonna use? Uh, the goal is to run things on device. So what is currently happening with Apple devices, aka your iPhone, being able to run small models locally? This is something that is interesting. I do think that based on the new computers, the new thing that are going to happen, we're going to have the ability to have the models directly on device. And that is my goal because once you have it on device, it costs you nothing other than the electricity that your computer is eating. And so if you have a good electric bill, if you are on solar, for example, if you have uh, other subsidies that are useful, then you can get basically similar level of reasoning and AI models for free. So that's kind of the goal. The current computer that I have is not good enough to achieve that, not just yet. But yeah, not necessarily. So that's the thing. What can I run is a website that kind of helps you understand what you can run, as the name implies, obviously. But if I have the M1 Max with 64 gigs of RAM, which is not my case, but I'm just gonna say M1 Max 32, which is my case, it's just gonna give me some information about what I can run. So Quen, for example, with a 0.8, so it's one of their smaller model, is gonna run officially at yeah 200 tokens per second, which I doubt, but it is feasible, and that is gonna run great on device. I have some of them, it's pretty good. It just takes a lot of memory pressure so that my computer can't really do any other things at the same time, which is like, no, great. It's fine, but it's not great. um, it's probably when I was running the 27B, which is like much bigger, but nonetheless, that is the type of thing. Um, and specifically for Mac OS devices and latest MacBook Pros and iPhones, since the chips are all bundled together, meaning that the CPU and the GPU and the RAM is in one single wafer of silicon, you just have um, an easier time and a better like experience than if you have a PC with a dedicated GPU and a dedicated CPU and so on. So that's a thing. Um, CPU power and enough memory. Yeah. Um, did you? I forgot. Did you buy a Mac Mini in Japan or not? I don't think you did. God damn it! You should have. Um, you should have. But yeah, no, I agree that you don't necessarily need like a big GPU specifically on PC. For example, the PC that I have can't run shit. Like there is no question. It is 2060, I think. And it's like one of the 2060 Ti, and it's just I can't run Gemma on it, and that's like supposed to be a good thing. It's just the PC is not there to help. So the hardware needs to be there. Um, so it's a thing, but still, still, um, yeah. I mean, I could run this one potentially, but yeah, I don't think I have the Max Q design. Anywho, so that's the direction in which I want to go. Personally speaking, I want to go on device and local models as much as I can. Also, I don't know why this is broken. That pisses me off. Um, because this was not supposed to happen like this. I wish Zoe is not dead. I mean, I don't think it is, but god damn. I think this is still working. Maybe it's just too hot. Yeah. Anyways. So yes, that's the for me, that's the goal, getting like a better computer that will allow me to run more stuff locally. And the only thing that is sad about running things locally is the fact that you end up with models that are not as up to date as the cloud ones. So, for example, for someone like myself that is building things for iOS latest versions, it is kind of complicated right now to have access to even the cloud models that are aware that iOS 26 is a thing. And I think Opus 4.8 is okay with that, and it works, and it understands that liquid glass is something. And this the second I talk about running things locally in order to save money, we are getting a big ass crash. Goddamn. I think it's the heat. I think it's the heat. Uh, um, yeah, not local. Not local is not an option apparently. But yeah, no, I want to be able to run things locally that have like at least updated version of their content for the models in question. And right now, that's kind of complicated and really hard to do. So we'll see if that happens at some point, but it will. Just to be clear, it will be an option. But yeah, that's the idea. Either having this computer as my own server, like cloud computing things, where I can just run things on it from far away and it doesn't do anything else. So I can pressure it as much as I can or need, or just buy a new computer and then be good with this. But also, like that's the thing. And then last option, I really don't want it, but last option could happen. We never know. Maybe I get a job, and in that company they have subsidies for AI usage, and I get like an unlimited uh, subscription thing that is company based, and I'm just using it there. If that's the case, then that's fine because I'm not paying for it. But if I need to pay for it, I would probably not pay for it. So that's gonna be the answer. Flora, to answer your question about this, let me see if I can. Oh, that's gonna be so bad. Why are we on the clock? So the app Perfume, which is the app that I built last year, is an app to help you manage and understand your perfume collection. So if you are someone that has different perfumes and you like perfumes in general and so on, then this is a good thing, I think. Um, it gives you some recommendations. For example, this morning, this one was recommended to me. So I said, you know what, let me wear that because it's a hot day. This is a Scoville, very spicy perfume. So I like it. And it's very simple. You have access to your perfume collection. You can give like feedbacks and or journaling things around here. So that makes sense to me. And then you have access to your whole collection with all the perfume that you have that are organized by just simple section, the one that have some liquid in it, the one that don't have liquid in it, and the one that you finish, the one that you don't like. That way you have like a bit of an information, and it builds something that is an olfactory profile from everything that we know about you and your collection, and therefore you have a bit of a better understanding when it comes to potentially buying a new perfume and so on. The goal in there is to not um like upsell you and sell you stuff. The main point is to say, here is what you have in your collection, and here is how you can what you can wear today. But my goal is not for you to just buy a new perfume. It's to just at least finish the one that you already have, the one that you bought for a reason, and potentially have some memories that are tied to it. One of the tagline that we have is uh, collection is full, but memories is empty. And it's kind of true for most people that have a lot of perfumes. Like they don't necessarily remember exactly why they have that perfume in their collection. It's just like, well, I bought it at some point, but I mean, when I smell it, it's good. But you know, did I buy it because it reminds me of something specific, or just I like the smell, or it was a very specific time of my life? I don't know. So that's the thing. So that's the app in question. Um, it's good. It again going back to what we said it with Jerome at the beginning. It is interesting to see when you have built an app and it just starts to be less used than it used to. So right now, for example, Can, which is my first app, the first app that I've built, I'm not using it as often as I should. I'm not using it. Um, mainly because I have mastered the hiragana and katakana section. The radical section is pretty good. There are some stuff that I don't know, but it's fine. And in the kanji section, I have N5 and a bit of N4, but I haven't really practiced them. I don't really know what they mean, and I don't really care. And I mostly care about the dictionary, so I have like worked on dictionaries and so on. But still, I'm not using it as much as I should. And the reason for this is probably because the format is not as good as it was when I started, but it's also, it was good in the beginning. So there is something to be said for this is like, this app works and will work for some people. It's just that after a specific amount of time, it doesn't work as well as it should. And it becomes a chore compared to anything else. So I need to figure out what I can do to make it more interesting and fun and working for me. When right now I know exactly what I need to do, which is not going to be useful or not going to be easy, not useful, not going to be easy, but it's just going to be complex to put in place, and I don't know if I can, and I don't know if I have uh, enough resources to put that in place within the app without it being kind of weird. I'm staying vague for reasons. Um, but yes, I think that's the thing in question where Perfume right now is in a spot where I'm still using it on a daily basis. But it's starting to get kind of bad, and it's also starting to get kind of bad because I don't have new perfumes coming in my collection. When I have new things coming in, then it's great and it helps, and I can store stuff and I like it. But it's been like a month and a half, 2 months where I haven't had like new samples, and that is just too much, or too much time that has passed that make it kind of hard to just keep using the app. So yeah, I don't know. Let's T-pose when once we are applying to Dapsy. Dapsy, I don't use any meta apps other than Instagram at times, and I don't mind them. Um, I've seen the comparison in between the Instagram and WhatsApp nav bars, which are not. Uh, no, the nav bar of my app is not the same. The nav bar of my app is the native liquid glass navigation, and the Instagram and WhatsApp and so on are not using. They are using a custom version of the nav, which is, it's fine, but it's just like not the exact same things. For example, if I give you a bit of a hint, um, on here, that's the native stuff. That's native. So it has that liquid glass thing, which is, I think it's good. Specifically, iOS 27, I think it has like a very good uh obstruction and refraction and so on. Like that blobby thing is really cool. But some people will hate it, and I get that. It makes sense. If I go there, this is probably gonna be some ass, so be ready. I don't necessarily have the the liquid glass version, apparently. So that's not necessarily gonna be good. And I don't have any other apps that have from Meta. So the thing that I know is that the Meta one have a bit of a switch. Let me see if I can just find it on the threads. Does threads have the glass? No, I feel like they had it for a day and then they removed it. Um, And yes, these are some titties, but you can't see the titties. That's you can't see that. Not allowed. Um, let's hope. Let's hope. Um, so this thing that is the Instagram version of the navigation bar, the thing that they have is that on scroll, it's getting smaller and they don't have the liquid glass extension all around it. So it's not exactly the same thing. That's the like that's the Threads original one, and it's not exactly behaving the same way as the Instagram one. So that's I would say that might be the main difference. And we don't really have the the presentation, but that's like I do hate this one because it doesn't look as good as the rest. And specifically because it also has that transition in between displaying the nav and displaying the nav in a smaller format just to have a small footprint. It's fine, but it's not great. At least not from my point of view. And there was a god damn it. Uh, what's the name? A comparison between the Instagram one and the WhatsApp one. I do remember, but yeah. But this is like iOS 26 liquid glass thing that has been ported to 27, and I think the 27 is looking a lot better. They've refined the glass a lot more, and I think it's better. But yeah, again, I do think people should use native elements because it's free updated stuff. But if you don't like it, you know, I get it. I get it. It happens. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It just has some issues in readability at times. Not all the times, but at times it just has like some issues with um, basically showcasing stuff. Yeah, like that's the liquid glass from Instagram. That's the liquid glass from WhatsApp, and they don't behave the same. Um, so it's yeah, they do this, they retract themselves, and that's such a weird thing. It's not the common behavior that we are used to with the rest of the apps. So you know, details and shit. Isn't it easier to manage as well on your side? Like technically speaking, it's native, cool, but also you don't need to think about it. Like if you have multiple pages, it's going to be inside of there. Like if you have your content view that is displayed or defined properly, and you have like your tab view with the views that needs to be in there. If tomorrow I want to add like one more view, I just need to add like one more view right here, and it's going to behave properly. And I don't need to think about it too much. It's just going to be fine. So that's the type of thing that I like about the native stuff. But then going back to uh, your specific nav right there, there is something else in most apps, and I think I talked about that last time. Uh, Specifically in navigation, you need to ask yourself the question, is this tab necessary or does it needs to be somewhere else? Like check-ins is your first page. This is what needs to be there. This is where the user end up being. So that makes a lot of sense. Timeline, insights, and settings might not need to be in a tab bar navigation system. You may have timeline and insight being bundled together into a very specific page because your timeline reflects or is reflected within your insights, and your insight is based on your timeline, kind of. So these two are together. It might be just insights is at the top and then the timeline is underneath on a page that is a recap somewhere around here. Like you have your current day, but if you click on that thing, it goes into your timeline slash insight based on the past 30 days and so on. And then your settings might just be the regular settings blob in the top right. That means that you don't have any pages other than, well, let's check it. So that doesn't require any tabs at the bottom. You can have like a full page navigation system that is just like, well, check in step 1, step 2. And that removes all of this thing because it's not as necessary. But yeah. Because you have everything, and so that's the type of thing that you kind of need to think about specifically when you have an app that is supposed to be intuitive and easy to use, mental health, no friction type of thing. It's just like, well, I open it, I have my check-in, I do my check-in. If I want to go check my timeline, maybe you have like another buttons at the top, I don't know, that says timeline, and another one that is here for your settings. And then in your timeline view, then you have the insight as well. But it also is important to remember, like, what is the thing that you want to do in that page? Because if you get in, you open the app, and your main thing is, I want to check the timeline. Like I want to see how I'm doing this week, or I want to see how I'm doing this month, and I want to check my insights. Then you need the navigation, and you need to have them at the bottom of the page because these are the easiest accessible buttons that the user, you, will have. So you want them to be able to just say, okay, cool, I've done my check-in. Let me check my insight now. And instead of reaching to the top of the screen, they have the button as a quick access. So depending on the usage and on what the user is supposed to do, then you can either remove the nav bar entirely or not. The main point most of the time is settings that we end up not putting in the navigation just because it's it's not as good. And if you just had like two elements, like check-in and profile, like your profile contains your insight and your timeline. Inside of the profile view, you would have your settings in the top right corners, which is where it's usually at. But that's another thing. Like yeah. Yeah. So I would I think insight might be the most interesting things that you have if it's well done and it pulls all the data that you have given, and you have some like good recaps and so on. That is probably good. So Aura is going to be useful for me as a reference. But if I'm here, I have my information, I have my things, I have whatever, right? If I scroll down, I will have the informations, the stuff that needs to happen, and so on. But it's not like I don't have my daily stress in the tab bar. I don't have my BPMs in the tab bar and so on. Everything is like in the home screen. And then if I go into any of these blobs, I'm going to go into the details of like the readiness. I'm going to go into the details of the things. But the navigation for accessing these elements is not like inside of there directly. Like I can go into my readiness settings through my vitals, but it's not exactly like the thing. And also, most importantly, health-wise, like global alignment for everything. Where do I sit? What is currently happening? I don't think I go into these pages ever. Like I go there when I want to check something, but I usually don't want to check stuff. I trust the homepage to have the content, and if it's like good enough, then I'm fine with that. So for me, for example, here it would be something that is like the learn more button is my timeline. And again, if I go into my daily stress, because that's where we are, we do have, God damn it, we do have like the timeline in question of what currently happened. But that's like, that's it. And it's not something that I'm gonna go to and look for on most days. I'm probably gonna check the BPMs because of obviously heart condition, so I need to be aware. Like I don't know what happened here, but something happened here. That's not good. But that's I would say that's the only thing that I would potentially do. And therefore, if I'm looking at what you have here and what you just said, like potentially I would have check-in insight has 2 buttons and that's about it. And insight would be my profile, and inside of my profile there would be the timelines. If there are some different timelines, and then inside of the profile there will be settings. So if I needed to like have a user-based profile or a user profile based on the user data, I would do that there. That's yeah. You can 100% just offset thing by having your like a profile thing around there that has the insight and has the settings, and a timeline thing that is linked to this. Like if the user clicks on that, it just expand the view into the timeline view because well that's today. So currently you are seeing today, which makes sense. But if you just expand it and you have the timeline, then I don't know. It seems like it makes sense to. So that's another thing that is kind of important and good to know when you're thinking about your navigation system. That might make some people like those 2 new images that I just missed. I did. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. You're not aware. You haven't seen anything. I didn't disappear for a second. It's just mm-mm. It's the heat. I do think that I mean last time that we had so many breaks, we had cursor and Xcode run at the same time. Hi, welcome on. And yeah, maybe if I kill them, maybe it's gonna be working. But yeah, I am currently very much dying, so this is very complicated. This is very complicated. Let me T-pause for a second once I'm explaining the new thing. This is a bit better. This is interesting to have the the curvature of the moods. I am guessing that the colored shadow in the background is the selected thing. I don't think it's strong enough for people to understand what just happened. Um, but I mean, it works. They zoom in and so on. So that is a potential option. Um, and the background change is a nice touch, I guess. Uh, you will probably have some issues with the readability in some cases. Like right now, this is not necessarily the best readable thing. Mm. But at least you have good colors and good color placements. So dot red, dot orange, dot violet, or technically dot indigo is going to be a best option for this. Dot teal, dot yellow. The dot yellow is going to be kind of weird, but it's going to work. So yeah. Um, yeah, that I would agree with that last statement. Yes, don't think about the details too often and too early, because otherwise you will have a harder time to say, "Oh well, we don't need this page," because you've worked like 3 days on it, and now all the details, all the things, you're like, "Well, I do need this page anyway." So yeah. Um, and then this is cute. This matched better, I feel like. Um, but yeah, this is a whole system. If you wanted to just like, you know, reduce the navigation, that could be a thing. You could potentially get um, this, maybe. I don't think we have that. Um, I don't think we have that. I forgot where it is. Basically, you could potentially do something like this, where you have your navigation buttons and your next button of adding a adding an entry. Like that's the thing that you could do to get access to your pages, and then your next button is just one of the floating elements on the bottom right corner. But not necessarily saying that this is something that needs to happen. It's just like an option that you have in order to understand or to limit that double slab effect that is currently happening. So why not? Why not? I need to refill the bottle. 1 second. Thank you. Welcome back. And Phil's welcome back from the shop. From the shop. I'm pretty good. I'm dying. Which doesn't sound like pretty good, but I'm pretty good. It's just like 37 degrees, and this is not the temperature that I like. So yeah. Shit. Yeah. I bought um let me see if I can find that. Sorry. um I bought that. Which are basically curtains that just block the heat officially. Um, and they work-ish. And today I'm testing out, instead of having them inside of the house, I have them outside of the house. So basically they are pinched in the window on the window frame's edges, and they are stuck there, so we'll see. But now the window inside is still hot. Not as hot, but still hot, and it's still diffusing heat all around. So that pisses me off. But it's working. um, and yeah, we don't like. I think I like this tweet from 2 days ago. I think. I'm unsure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's for people that have Fahrenheit. Apparently, yeah, I guess. God damn it. Basically, there was a Japanese person that was looking at not an event, but something that happened in the news in France, saying that the French people, as a general population, only 25% of the French have an AC unit compared to the Japanese that are currently at 91, and the US is at 90. So, yeah, we are like 25% um, of the French have like an AC. And right now, the thing that is also like kind of not fun, but also fucking with me is, can you work, please? That company, also, this is the fucking Japanese version, so that's not gonna that is not gonna help. Um, that company, Midi, I don't know exactly how to pronounce this thing, is uh, doing things including heating and cooling, and in the AC system, I think it's the portable AC that they have. They have one that is extremely like um how can I say that? Popular. That thing has one like very not very various um, labels and awards and things because it's good. And so I'm trying to get one of them because one of the shop that is like downstairs has one of these for the past 2 years. And it's a very simple mini split where you have the exhaust thing that is going outside, and then you have your AC within climatizer. Uh, but it cost $1,000, and it's uh, out of stock everywhere. And it's so bad. And I've been trying to get one of them, and it's just not an option. uh, like the border split, every time that you basically get it somewhere, it's going to be $900. There is a version at like 700, but it's just out of stock everywhere. Makes no sense. Uh, yeah, I know. I mean, for Japan as well, same thing. Um, this one was 6 hours ago, and they managed to order it from Joybuy. That's crazy. Joybuy is such a weird thing because it just uh, doesn't show, and I would not be able to get the app that is uh, the French app. So that's isn't good. I guess maybe if I buy the version that is from the UK, it could work. Look at that shit. This one is $9.99 because there is the app as well, so I can control it from the app. And this one is the $7.99, which is like $800. But yeah, everything is just not available, and nothing is an option. Like it pisses me off. um, but yeah, also gas fix. We're calling it. Physical shop is the strat if you have a car, because I'm not. These things are like 45 to 50 kilos minimum, which is like more than half of my weight. So I'm not in a position to be able to like get the box not delivered here. Like I can't do that. And because I don't have a car as well, I don't have access to the stores that may potentially have this thing. So yeah, and I can't Uber there either. Like that's not a. I mean, I could, but yeah, no. But yeah, the one that I have right there on the side of me is one of these. Um, it's an older version of these things, but it works. It's good enough to just. It just has the exhaust that needs to go through a window. Mine is going through chimneys. So that's good. It's simple, but it doesn't go through the second room in my flat, and it's a 2-room flat, and I need one for the kitchen basically. So maybe I'm gonna get one of these things again, a second one. I don't know. um Yeah, that's the. I guess that's what you're talking about, Stoney. Um, yes, flat is an apartment. It is. Technically, it's a studio. It's a 21 square meters thing. 220. For people that don't know. Um, so it's a tiny thing. But even then, the AC that I have doesn't uh isn't powerful enough. And as I mentioned, uh, my roofs are like these. Like that's that's the roof. It's metal, it's shiny, and the sun likes it, and I can feel the radiation of the heat of the metal just coming in. And the AC that I have is not powerful enough to expulse, like transform that hot air into cool air. And it's just 37 degrees, so it's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, if you know. Yeah. So the other one is the one that I showcased a second ago, not these. um, these don't have a cooling unit that is outside. It's everything is within it, and there is the exhaust that goes somewhere. So, yeah, um, yeah, it's and I'm on the last floor, so I mean, obviously, I'm under the roof, but yeah, that's the fucking thing. I wish. Like I'm also there is also a bit of a weird thing that happens for me right now, which is even though I don't have any immediate plans to move out and not live in this flat anymore, I still do have the plans to like move out and not live here anymore, and therefore I'm trying to not necessarily like invest $1,000 in the flat for an AC that I'm gonna use for like a month, and then uh yeah, I don't know. It's so I just saw I just saw what they have here in the search bar. They have pork, but they have sauce poisson, which is fish sauce. Uh, and I'm like, what do you mean you have fish sauce in this shop? That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, no, that's the other thing. Like I don't necessarily know if it makes a lot of sense for me to invest. They have Brad Pitt as their uh as a marketing guy. That's pretty cool. But yeah, apparently they do not just that. They do make coffee machines, but they do AC as well. Apparently they do both, which is interesting. We'd be surprised. We discover things. Good one, apparently. On top of that, like it's a good brace yourself. It's a good looking AC for what it is, but it's also like Ugh. I go. I go. Yeah, I guess. They couldn't they couldn't share, obviously. But yes, Tony, I agree. These ones are the best option, and this one specifically is one of the best. It is just not available anywhere, and I don't trust that person. Like I I don't know um how they managed to order one on Joybuy because it's just like not available unless it's just a Joybuy from Germany. But I doubt that Joybuy Germany would sell to France. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we're gonna check. No, that get the fuck out. Mm. It is more expensive officially. This one doesn't have it. This one does. I don't know. Maybe buying it on the German shop. Good. Good. Let me just check stuff. That changes the fucking region. So it's available in Germany, but it's not available in France. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. That's interesting. So they do have the stock. That's probably the reason. I see. Yeah, it's already $1,000. I don't think I want to like do that and add like more cost. Um, but also yes, that is that 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 is the fairest of fair things. Like right now, I need heaters and sweaters and winter jackets from the last seasons that haven't been sold. Nothing. Damn. This shop has one. That's crazy. The fact that this is sorry, this is a porter split monitor. Like there is a monitoring website for Germany to find where the fuck this thing is available. As I said in the beginning, it is so much in demand and it won so many awards that it's like people just want the thing. And yeah, that's crazy. I wish we could check other countries, but my German is not good. fact that they have a portal split monitor, that's crazy. Anyways, if I could, and if I could, I would. But getting like a regular things like the one that you have as a general thing, like a wall unit and an outside unit that just does the processing and so on, I would do that. The issue is, as I mentioned, the roof in question is supposed to be worked on, or was supposed to be worked on next year. It has been postponed, so it's going to be worked on in about 2 years officially if it passes. If it doesn't pass, it's going to be further out. But right now, in order to get these to work, we still need to like drill a hole somewhere in the roof or close to a wall, something like that, in order to get the uh not the wires, but like the tubes, the conduit, the things outside. And I wish we could the pipes. Yes, that's the word. But yeah, I would love to have one of these because that is way more silent inside than that bitch ass thing that I can't I can't. But yeah, I wish a central unit with like two of these, for example. Perfect. One in the kitchen, one in the main room, or one in the center would be great. Would be great. And it does both. It does the heat, it does the cooling. I love that we are looking at ACs. Like that's the that's the stream. We are looking at ACs. Oh my god. So yeah, that is the situation. I am currently dying. I'm melting. Um, and yeah, I have the opposite issue. I need humidity. Um, like my flat is somehow drier, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe the dry thing, as Jerome said earlier, maybe the dry thing is good. Maybe I need to check that. I don't know. I just don't trust it. Um, I just don't trust it. Also, the PC just lost internet right now, which is crazy. It happened. In the past, when I got this flat, where there is the pull-up bar right now, there used to be an AC right there, which was like a wall-mounted things without the external um, unit. So basically, we had cold and heat on this thing, but it wasn't as good of a unit as it could have been. And the workers that were like renovating the flat when I moved in, um, they said, "Oh yeah, we can get rid of the thing because there was like some furnitures and others that were still there." So I said yes, and they cleaned everything and they took the AC with them. And I said no. No, this is the regular necklace. It's just that this one has an issue with the clamps. It doesn't have any. I mean, it broke. You can't see shit because it's too tiny. But like the closing mechanism is broken. I need to switch it with another one that I have. Um, the issue that I have is that the other one that I have is bright gold, but it would work. But it's bright gold, so it might not be the best option. Um, so I'll see what I do if I do something. But it is the regular creation. They have like they have this one that I'm looking at, have been looking at for the past, I don't know, 3 months. I think I think they are really cool. I like that. Thanks. I like that. I'm scared that already this one is pulling my hair. So basically the loops, the small one, these ones, which you can't see because I'm zoomed out now, but the regular rings have a bit of an issue with the way that they are closed back, and so it sometimes has such a small gap that the my beard hair. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Um, but like my in that line right there, Morton, what on that line is clipping some of my hair or my beard, and it's just painful. So I don't know exactly how uh, the Christianity ones are done, because they look like they don't really have any uh, elements other than that loop right there, and based on that, I fear that this is also gonna kind of bite on beard and hair and so on. So that I don't know. I don't know. But they have a ton. That's the issue. They have a ton of them that are really cool, that I like a lot, and they are all too expensive for what it is. Look at that shit. 262. Oh my god. Hmm. So I'm always waiting for like the sales. When they decide to not be that expensive, when they decide to send me like a discount code because you know, haven't used for a while. I love this one. I've been looking at it for, again, I think a month or two, just because it's simple enough. It is the style I have usually, and I like it. But goddamn, ah my god, one day, one day, it will be fine. Does the space exist? It doesn't. Hmm. I see. This one is broken. Ah, I think I know what happens. I think the the JSON database file, JSON database, the JSON that is used as a database right now is probably broken, uh, and has reached 1,000 or more, and therefore that means that we have probably a 10,000 to 12,000 lines files, which might be a bit too much. So I may have to clear things up in sub files. Maybe, I don't know. Do we not have like a category or shit in there? Is that not the case? It's interesting. I don't know if I would go as far as saying really pretty necklace, but it's interesting things. I love these. I've seen these before with the mix of plasticky PVC and the rest, which is interesting. It does match your first website that you showed me, so I get it. I get it. Uh, I've seen, like, again, uh, from this one, some of them I'm like, I'm gonna just go to equivalent of Home Depot and get one of these because like that that's just a cheat. Like there's nothing else about it. And basically, when you're looking at it from like that point of view, it's just a cheat. So it's eh. And on these ones, I feel like it's kind of similar in a way. Like that chain looks very much the same, and then they have added some interesting pieces, which I think is cool. Um, but it's not like the most bitch. I just said accept earlier. Um, it's not the most interesting thing, but these are fun. I've seen them PVC slash transparent acrylic things. So yeah. Also, brain is just um how was the meeting with investors round thingy from last week? How did that happen? How did that happen? And how did that go? That's the question. Yeah, they are pretty bulky. Bitch, I said yes. I'm more of a thin regular things. So yeah, that's it. We're going. How are you? Um, they have some good things. I'm not gonna lie on that. They have some good cuts, interesting shit here and there that just stand out. I don't like the prices though. I I I don't I don't I don't I don't like the prices. Why? You know, why not? Um mhm. Whew, that is great news. We love to hear the news. Um really? That's crazy. I mean, if you don't, I'm gonna be there for the next, I don't know, 16 seconds. If you could 100% not have VC money and any external investor, I would highly recommend you to not do that. If you need, and a big emphasis on need, the investors to come in and give you some funds for the thing that you're trying to achieve, then do it. But if you could avoid it at all cost, I would. I would. And the main reason for this every time is I've seen so many products that are really nice, really good, that then get some VCs in and just get shit. Like becomes the shittiest things because now you need to comply with the VC's request of VCs is requiring like or investing, I don't know, 2 million in the project. Therefore, you will need to give them 2 million back at some point. Um, or they have some equity in the company, and if the company is succeeding, then they get a cut. But then they have like a like uh, very big portion of the project, and they basically have a say on some of the thing that happens in the product, and I just hate that. I think uh like yeah, it's kind of sad that you are like at capacity and so on, but god dang, if you could avoid it, I would. Or at least maybe. Maybe what you can do is get the money in, do the thing that you need to do, and then give them their money back because the project and the product is good enough and it bringing in enough money to pay them back, and then they fuck off. But yeah, yeah. I mean, lawsuits don't exist around here, so we don't we don't sue people. I mean, we do, but like we don't. It's not in the common behavior of people. It's just like, mm, mm, mm. Yeah, nah. I mean, it works. It's like it's using the components to an extent, which is pretty good. But goddamn, so much layout shift all around. Again, if this is like Keycloak and simply having um the the styling on top, god damn it, then that's good. Well, that's because you're using DI instead of Arc. I don't know what to tell you. Like you should be using Arc. That's where we are. Full name? Is that is that supposed to be full name? I guess it's better. I don't dislike it. I don't really care about the memory leaks because I don't necessarily notice them. I probably do. I just don't know about it. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna check the original. I've seen it like on Monday, on Friday, so we're good. We're good. What we want is this. We wanna see this. But yeah, but that's nonetheless, that is good news that you have the VC talks and that it seems to be going pretty good. And again, based on the amount of money that you've made in the first months of activity, the user base that you have, the ability to do other things and retain users on the platform, create things that are like interesting for the user base and so on. All of that means that there is a big potential for VCs and other people to be just investing in the project and then recoup some of their investments just because the gains are going to be good. So, you know, well, I'm not going to say anything. I am. Um, I don't think I have the passkey registers yet, but I could put it in place to check it out. Yes. Um, back in this is gonna age me again. Uh, back in the days when Snapchat just came online for the first time, my brain made a connection, and the connection was this is such a marketing things to get people on Snapchat that are like young as fuck. And then they are known to use Snapchat, but for some reason, years have passed and they now have money. And so in the beginning, Snapchat didn't really have anything to buy in there. And then 5 years later, when the people that were on Snapchat in the first place started to have jobs, we started to see things like stickers and camera lenses and other things that were monetized. And when some people were asking, is it still good to do like ads on Facebook? I was like, no, you should do ads on Snapchat because these are the people that don't have jobs yet. But if you model them with things like, oh yeah, this is the best project management software that exists, they don't fucking know what it is. But when they enter the workforce and someone say, do you have like a preference for project management? Their brain's just gonna say, oh yeah, that's that thing. That thing is good. I don't know why, but that thing is good. And yeah, so if you already have the user base and so on, it it's it's fine. Like there has been a person on TikTok that said um like I don't want to be, she was complaining about the people that were complaining in 2019, 2018 of, I don't want to be on the platform with kids. Weirdly enough, the kids have grown up and most of them are now adults and most of them have jobs and most of them are doing other things. And most of them that were on the platform that succeeded now don't really have a job anymore. They have enough money to just sustain themselves for a long time. So yeah. Um what is that link? What is that link? There. That's red. um mm, that is interesting. Um yeah. I guess yes, there is demand, that's for sure. Um the one of the points that I had, and I'll see if I can just do that. Um do I have it here? Maybe. Um Mima was a bit of a similar thing where overall the wow, that forced habit, the brand constraint that we had was we wanted to be 16 years old user as a general thing, but then have the trust of the parents, the investors, and the press to be like, okay, cool, this is the place where we want to have people to be. But we know that the 13 to 17 years old people are the one that are defining if a platform is sustainable and will survive or not. Like if they are not there, the thing is going to die anyways because you don't really have other people that are coming in. So the main goal for the branding of this thing was to have something that works for the lower ages but still find to be good enough for the parents to be trusted. and for the investors to be like, okay, cool, I can see myself investing in something that has a logo that looks like this and so on, like that. Just simple branding and such. And so we have this as the main of the like the way that the app resonate with the users. But in terms of UI, we're mostly around here. So that it's just like the branding and marketing and things is going to be mostly cute and so on, because that's the target users that we want to have. But once you are within it, it's going to be kind of boring-ish, but not too much, because it makes sense. So that is potentially something that you can have. I feel like the latest version that you have of the logo that you have made with the cat head and so on is probably good enough for that. Yeah, there is something that is mostly age up and something that is mostly age down in these icons, and the UI on itself is clean enough that I could see myself use it. Like if you think about threads, the UI of threads is very similar to the UI of Kyoto in terms of the buttons are rounded, there is big icons, and there's some elements of fun in threads that is like more prominent in Kyoto, but it's not like the most important thing. I guess the only thing that is more complex for you is that Kyoto is a space-based social compared to Threads, which is a threads-based, like feed-based social. So you still have feeds, but you have feed with subgender, and therefore you don't see the entirety of the content if you open the homepage. You just get like what you have subscribed to, what circles you have joined, and so on. So that's a different things. But yeah, the the age verification system is annoying because the companies that are maintaining the age verification systems are currently making banks because they are lobbying all of the governments to make sure that all of the governments are putting in place age verification systems. So obviously it's going to cost more and more and more. What? At some point, maybe. It works. Sorry. Oh my god. I wasn't expecting it to work. It was absolutely broken a second ago. Um, I think overall, it, it needs to happen, and it just like the only way that I see adults use Kyoto is by simply having uh, adult content, not as important as if you could have that, but things that are very much adult topics in there and could uh, like work. But it's just what you are. I'm almost certain that this is exactly what you're saying. Film spaces have the stigma for being unsafe. Yes, we can instantly verify it's true. We worked with the NCMEC, and there was already a ton of cases. Kyoto helped the police authorities gain intel. I see. Yeah, yeah, it's fine. uh, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Fandom is one of the places where we expect, weirdly enough, we expect some things to go wrong, and some things go wrong. So it's just like not as good. And again, you need to go through so much in order to say um, who can communicate with who, how age verification, trusted age verification, ensuring that things are like safe, but how can you make sure? Like all of that is, again, and I agree, a lot of money and a lot of investments to figure out exactly what and how. Um, so I get it. I get it. Also, this is one of the time where you can see exactly how my shit is working for me reviewing the fucking post that I'm looking at. It's very simple. What that happens. The good thing is that I still have pretty good memory. It hasn't been working for the past 3 days, so um, yeah, it's been kind of tricky to figure out exactly how I can get all of these things. I just don't like this animation, the going out and going back in. I feel like this should have been fixed, and it hasn't. So, you know, it happens. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you consider every user as a kid as a default thing, um, then maybe I haven't touched it ever, Stony. So that's what I'm gonna say. uh, I looked at it, and then the next day on stream, you said, you know what? I'm focused on this other thing for security and so on for GitHub. So I stopped. Because you said you wouldn't work on that. Um, so I did not. I did nothing. I did nothing. Anyway, so yeah, if you think that all users are children and you have security in place to prove that everything is secure and safe and so on for everyone, and then if people want to get access to things that are a bit more adult content and it's not necessarily as safe, then they need to verify age. So it's a bit of a reverse age verification, which could work, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe. You're getting ready to spec out the design. I see. I said I should make this. I've been asked to help with something like this, so I might as well do this. Yes, I agree. The main reason why I said you should make this is because the timing was pretty good. At that instance, there was the potential issue with Stream Elements dying and closing shop. It seems it's not going to be the case, which is positive nonetheless. Um, but I'm not against the fact that it's probably going to happen again, and some people are going to not lose access to their stream element stuff, but there is a very high probability of this happening again, or at least providing alternatives for users so that they can just get sorry, so they can just get access to things. I'm laughing at the video in question because I know exactly what happens. Um, is a good thing. The main point, or at least one of the main points, for a widget slash overlay platform, uh, active bot on Twitch, it's like, I guess the complexity is exactly what you just said. Where self-hosted is going to be the best option. So you're going in the realm of streamer bots and Atom, even though Atom has cross-platform and and not self-hosted, but like it's an app that runs on your device and has some servers. Um, but yeah, StreamerBot is probably the best things um, as a reference. But yeah, um, so Stream Analytics, StreamerBot, uh, widgets, overlays, moderation, like auto moderation type of things, maybe. God, let me. Also, Depsy, what is your UX issue? I should have kept that. This one is useful. Um, this one is useful. This one was a good thing. I don't like that they are doing some video reply that pisses me off, but this one was useful. They have like some good things in there. So in everything that we have seen so far, we have things for Dapshi, we have things for Denny, we have things for Chris, if you're still looking. Uh, and I think I've seen something else for someone else, but I just forgot. Nonetheless, and we have that for Techie specifically. I had a feeling that this would be a very Kyoto thing to do. I don't know why, but yeah, that popped on my feed, and I was like, "This is 100% for Techie. There is no question." That's I feel like you already have something similar in your bubbles um, to react, like next to your profile pictures, and yeah, so could be useful for you. I'm obviously adding the thing that I want Twitch to add as a mod of ManyChat. Yes, that makes the most sense. That is making the most sense. I think design-wise, you should go with a native base UI slash ShadCN default, or hero UI default first of its name, as a base, and use that for the components and the usage. And then once we have the pages, we can go through things and I can expand on, oh, this needs to be a bit tweaked on that direction because it doesn't feel natural. But yeah, other than that, right now, I don't think I have enough time to help directly on it. But since I have access to the code base in question, if at some point you tell me just pull and run to see if it works, I can do that. So 2 issues, add 1 features to let people structure their plan, text like no drop down menus, but I want to add more structure to it. Second one is modify plan. Currently it's too many buttons. I don't think mom is going to be a good option. I'm going to say that. I said it. It's not bad, but it's not in its okay, let me rephrase that. In its current state, the mom UI kit is not good enough for my taste and the current market to be used in a project, and that project being a showcase of the usage. I feel like we are going to show something that is not as good as it could be, And obviously the Mom UI kit needs to be released at some point. I know, in dev mode, but uh, not not necessarily the best option for this specific project or any project at that instant. And even if I just released it and then made some update, and then you pull the update and you have the new designs of whatever, I don't think it's gonna necessarily work for the thing in question. So that's the thing. The main point that I have is that I want to add some sort of a core components controls that is missing, that we don't have yet. What I mean by that is, if we we are missing things like spacing. So the spacing scale is it's there, it's good, but it's not necessarily used as a core element that can be tweaked. Like um you can have some sort of a corner radius at 4, which is defaulted at 4, that for your use case specifically would need to be at 8. And in order to double that, you would need to go and do a CSS class specifically for that button or that thing. And all of the CSS for radius would need to be updated, and you would basically need to have like some aliases for these. So I basically, what I want to do is have a top level themability thing where you select which primary color you have, what are your corner radiuses, like what's your base for like your buttons, your things, your whatever, and then your spacing, like more air, less air, and yeah, and that's what's missing. The CSS variable thing at the top is what is missing. So I need to take some time to work on that section before I can release it, because we only have, as far as I know, we only have the CSS variables for the color on the icons and for the thickness of the icons as well. Uh, so yeah, that's the thing. Let me reread this. To let people structure their plan, text like no drop down menus. You want to add more structure to it. And the second one is modify plan, that currently is too many buttons. Can you give me some screenshots of what that looks like on your end so that I can just take a look in there somewhere like that? I mean, I guess this is the thing in question. I think modify plan in text is gonna be a bit of a weird thing. I understand why it's there, right? It's your upsell ability kind of thing, where people are gonna use the chat more, and therefore the more they use it, the more potential they're gonna pay the subscription. So it's gonna be pretty useful. So I get that. And also that thing that we have right there was the thing that I had for you specifically. It's a bit of a different system, but it's interesting nonetheless. It has, once again, the same fucking UI thing with the body composition, placement, and so on that we didn't see before, and it just like came out of nowhere. Everyone is doing that. I'm impressed. So you're waiting for this guy, put it in general. God dang it. uh, ugh. Okay. This, yeah. I see. So you basically are here. You click on suggest tweak, and then you have an input text, and you can suggest a tweak, which is basically sending a message to the LLM and change something, right? Uh, I don't think. Oh my God. I don't think, first of all, I don't think I'm the right person for this specific task right here, because my response, my knee-jerk reaction is just let me edit the thing, because I saw that the TRX chest press is not exactly the thing that I have, so I just want to change the exercise. So give me the block with the exercise selection, and then the number of reps and the number of breasts and the number of set, like basically the data in there, so I can change things manually. But for you, business wise, you need people to go through the messages in order to pay the subscription and then see the benefits of that. But again, by the simple fact that my first instinct was, oh yeah, I'm just going to be able to change the thing manually directly, that means that it will be some sort of a friction point. Um, like some people will have the same mindset as me, as yeah, I'm not gonna do 3 sets, I'm gonna do 5. Like that's my regular thing. So I do 4 sets of 8 and not 3 sets of 12. So it's roughly the same thing, but it's not the same thing. Um, and if I have to burn credits just to change from 3 sets of 12 to 4 sets of 8, really, like, is really. So yeah, that's the that's the thing that I'm like kind of pushing back against. But um no, no, I do, but for a regular person, not not me. Not me myself, just like for regular person. uh, you might think that the credits limits is gonna disappear. I don't know. I don't know exactly how you have put that in place, but like that's the um so if the person has enough, and then you can just say change the name of the exercise, change the rep values and so on, and it just works, then that's good, as long as it doesn't cost more, and that I don't get frustrated at a certain point in the lifetime of me using the app by basically ending up with something that says, "Oh, you run out of credits for this month," for example. Then I'm kind of okay with it. Um, UX wise, it makes sense. The only thing that is potentially going to happen is, what if you have uh, an hallucination during the response, and that I have to ask it again to do a change, and that starts to happen like often-ish. That's the only thing that I'm like, potentially not the best option to have just the text editing. But if that's not the case, if you think that it's going to be worth it and working, then yeah, this is good. This is good enough. And then you said that you have another thing that had too much buttons. What is that thing that has too much buttons? You think this one is too much button? I think this is fine. I think the suggested tweak is like too prominent, and you may have an edit button, like make an edit. That's it. So you just have a button here next to the play button, for example, that just says uh, play the exercise so that you can see how it looks, or edit said exercise, and then you can use. Uh, do I have that here? I don't think I do. Uh, but you can use like one of the pens. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong button. Um, I think it's there. One of these shit, like just a pen with the tiny AI stuff on the side because it makes sense. And it's not just the shiny shit. It's just that and that could work. So you just get one of these and potentially like, would do the job, would have everything that you need to have, and just have this as a make a tweak, like suggest an edit type of thing. If it's an edit button and it doesn't have text next to it, it's probably going to be easier to understand for some people. So that's the reason why I'm saying this. Um, so I think this is fine. It's just like maybe the amount of placements you just want to have them side by side. So yeah. Um, the other feature is to create your own workout plan with the help of AI to fill missing places. Session H is focus, session B, bench, and so on. Mm. What do you mean no enter? um, well, so far what Dapshi has created is pretty good. And the thing that uh, Dapshi has made is not like just gym, which is the reason why it's good. Um, like it's just like I want to exercise. I want to exercise more, or I want to do a bit of a change of things. I'm doing yoga, and it creates a plan that is based on that, which seems to be pretty good. Um, I'd, I think this works, but I also feel like UX wise, it would be easier for me to just say um, button, button, button. Like, how many session do you have per week, right? A form-based interaction, or it's just like how many sessions do you have per week? Cool. What is your first session gonna look like? Like, what do you usually do? And then person says, "Oh, I do upper on the first session. Usually on the beginning of the week, it's upper. Cool. Next session, what is it? Is it like legs? Cool. It's legs. Cool. And then next session, what is it? It's back. Cool. Um, and and then based on these things, where the user just went through some sort of a Typeform E, Wizard E system of answering question that the AI has asked, you basically have a preset of replies that are good enough instead of going through typing text. And like if it's if it's a preset of uh, this, so let's use this for the sake of whatever. But if you have like option one, option two, option three, and then maybe you have like five options in total for the things that is uh, potential in that specific question, and the user says, "Oh well, session one is this and this," so we're like, these ones have been selected. So, and then it moves on to the next question. And the next question, you just have, I don't know, I'm gonna use three instead. The next question has three options, so you end up with the align things on one row, and user says, I'm more of this one on the session two. Like it's just a leg day on session two, and there is nothing else. Like that is the type of thing that I feel like would be an easier thing because um, you can make it look like it's AI based, but you can have it as a fully internal, no cost to you um, for hold the question in the beginning, and it will generate on device a prompt that contains everything properly with a structure that is predictable. That way, the output will be predictable-ish for most things. So I feel like that wizard system for creating my own plan, like manually creating my own plan, is potentially a bit better because you end up with something that is predictable-ish. And at the end, it's just like, well, the answers to the question are just building the text block that's going to be sent to the AI of choice um, at the end, where the user is seeing um, GBD is thinking about your plan, like is preparing your plan, and then you have some shitty ass bullshit going on in the background that explain that things are going on. But that's yeah. Um, yeah, and that's already in there. um, that is already in there. You can like in the presentation that we've done last time on the first version, I at some point I said, well, this is pretty good plan, but I tweaked my back yesterday, so we need to slow down on the back things, and then it just changed the plan and adapted to that. So that's a good thing. But yeah, no, nonetheless, I think the statement remains. I fear that having um, just text and say the user needs to fill the entire thing and have like uh and like just type text, I feel like this is not the most optimized good UX for the users. So that's the thing. Um, but um, one of the things that you can do is I gotta go back there. One of the things that you can do is this. You could have um, you could have let's do dash, let's do 2432 rounded and centered. So if I say question one, like how many days, right? How many sessions is going to be my first question in this whole system. and then user replies, it goes to the next section. So session session one is looking like what do you want to do in session one? Cool, whatever. Session two, let's say that the user has just said two sessions because that way it's easier. Session two, it's like this. Cool. So uh, short recap, like very short recap of exactly what you have already entered. Um, and then you have an anything to add block that is just giving the user a free form input text right there. So that if you still want to be like very precise and you say, well, on session one, which is mostly leg day, I have access to that machine, that machine, that machine. And on session two, that is mostly back, I have access to that machine and that machine. And sometimes the bench press is not available. But we can build the thing around that. And that's going to be inside of the anything to add system, which is basically containing what you have here, but not as the main point. I would rather have just clicked the number 3 or the number 2, define what I do in session 1, define what I do in session 2, have a quick recap of saying, okay, cool, so you are mostly doing legs and back, fine, which like backs is training the arms as well, so it's okay. And anything to add is just like, it's, whatever. And then once the user is pressing the that's all good, that recap plus add is sent to the LLM, and the LLM uh, is defining the plan. So for me, that's the easiest thing. Should I put tabs on tops? Session 1, session 2, and a plus next to it. Nah. Again, from this experience right here, you asked me how many times I go to the gym, like for this plan, like how many sessions would I have for this plan? And then if I say 2, I will have 2. If I say 5, I will have 5. Like that's the thing. And so next, so these section here are going to be based on the answer of the first one, and then that section here is based on the answer that is in the middle, and that is the action the system is taking, which you don't, as a user, you have no clue that this is happening. But that is just like sent to the LLMs. But I feel like this is potentially the best option, because again, right now what I'm building is not my main plan. I mean, it will be my main plan once, but then potentially the idea is, oh, I wanna create a leg focus plan, because again, I hurt my back, the usual. So with that, how many sessions do I have? Maybe my profile is telling you that I go to the gym 5 times a week, but for that plan specifically, I'm going to go to the gym 2 times a week. So out of the 5, I'm still going 5 times, but there is 2 of them that's going to be dedicated to that new plan. But I'm still going 5 times. So there is like 2 new sub session within my 5s, meaning that I may do 2 sessions on one day, one from plan leg focus and one from regular plan from the app that is in my profile. That could be a thing. Like, for example, last year, last year, I was going to the gym every other day. So some weeks were 2, or some weeks were 3, some weeks were 4. It really depend on what happened uh, on the Thursday. Like if I started on a Monday, I'm going 4 times. If I'm starting on a Tuesday, I'm going 3 times on that given week. And that's just like that's the rotation that I had. And then I decided to, on top of that, I added um, cardio days, which very simple. I just go on the bike and then come back home, and that's about it. Uh, but it's not. I mean, it's the same thing as the rest, meaning that I'm going to the gyms almost 7 days a week, uh, and every other day is like there is one day with cardio, and the next day is a workout, and the next day is cardio, the next day is a workout. So sometimes I have 4 workouts in the week, and sometimes I have three, and sometimes I have three cardio in the week, sometimes I have four. And that is something that could be managed in there because it's just it it's a subsection, like it's a sub plan, it's a manual plan for something that is added. And so my main plan for the app is going to be my workout plan, which is mostly the 3 or 4 days a week. But then my cardio plan is also a 3 to 4 days a week, depending on the day or depending on the week. And it's a cardio plan, which is like just interlaced in between the two. So I would potentially have that. But then again, not the best um, target for this. So if you want to pull things from the user profile directly and just use what they have given you in the first place, then the the session doesn't mean anything. Like that thing doesn't help. And I guess one question of what do you want to work out, and the user just says arms, back, legs, for example. So it's a full body. And then it generates a new session, new thing potentially. But I fear that doing the thing that you have done here is going to be too boring of an experience for users. So I'd go against it, but I get it. But I'd go against it. Just because of how uninteresting it is. But then again, I mean, it might work. It might work. I don't know. I don't know. But it's the same reply that I have for this one, where I would rather have a mini change by hand than a change by text. But this is me also, right? This is me not being someone that types a lot or writes a lot just because I make mistake and I don't like to read and so on. So going through a basic text system to get a change that could be 2 clicks is gonna piss me off. It's obviously I'm not everyone, but it's also like useful to remember that some people have similar mindset that I have. And so if you're giving me the option to say like 3 sets, tap on it, 4, and then done, or make it 4 sets instead of 3, or make it 4 sets, just the amount of taps that I need to do, I don't know. It feels like not a great option. Um, yeah, no, this can give you the option to say I don't like it. That I get it. But still, it still feels like it might be easier for me to do something like this. Let's see if we can do that quickly. So if I take that, maybe if you did this instead, where suggested tweak is not there, but if the user decides to do this, you have uh, buttons action right there with edit, remove, suggest something else like quick actions that might be a bit more intuitive than other things, just because I don't know if you remember, it's probably either hasn't happened to you or maybe it's been a while, but if you have ever used iMessage for the first time, Mail for the first time on the Apple ecosystem, once the page loads in, the first row is moving a bit to give you a hint that there is something. Um, and it's just like the first time it just does this and it shows you the options. And it's not much. It's just that you have the colors. Um, and that's an option to get the presets. But then again, the if I go back into my regular business mindset of trying to get as much money as possible from the user, which is an option as well, um, everything should be a chat message. Like that's the capitalistic thing with the most profit as possible. So you want your users to say, "Oh yeah, this is not exactly what I don't like to do that exercise." So you just tap, "I don't like it." That sends a request to the server, which is just don't like it, trigger something in the LLMs, regenerate an option, and you see it kind of shimmer, whatever. Uh, and then it shows what about, and then you have options. If you did this, um, I would have something like potentially something like this, if that works, like if that's an option where if I say I don't like it, um, like this is not the vibe that I go for, system would be like, okay, cool. So here are other things, like three other options that target the same muscles, but like three different types of exercise. Which one do you want to? Which one do you want to pick? And then user select the last one, and it replaced that session or that exercise thing with the last one that they just selected. So based on whatever was there. So low row, don't like it. Three alternatives. User select one, and then that's good. Like that's good enough. But to me, that's the type of thing that I would probably have with the drag to have like some options, 2 to 3, maybe. Like I don't like it, suggest a tweak, delete. And that's probably the thing that I would do. Um, and then don't like it, which would give you three other options, like alternatives. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. again, for specifically for that, right? Um, Specifically for that system and workouts, if your goal is really to make uh, people's lives easier, this thing needs to be as clean as possible with as little AI interactions um, and human interactions. And I think the swipe is going to be the best option because you can just say um, propose something else. This is going to be on device list of exercises based on the user in the, like existing plan. If it's the first plan, it's something different. But user goals, and it suggests like three that are related ish to the muscle group. Easy, work on it. We had one person drop today, so maybe you're gonna drop. I don't know. Maybe not. um, and actually, that's the same slow, but the target is not in the right spot. Uh, so I don't like it. It's gonna be recommended alternatives. Suggested edit is gonna be user makes an edit or text based makes an edit, which I don't like, but fine. This is might be just me. And delete being like, well, this is not gonna work. I don't work that muscle group specifically. Whatever. And then at the end, if you say that it's like code review, it just send that to the LM that just does the tweaks based on what has been done. And this feels wrong to me. If it's at the end, it feels wrong. If it's during, it makes sense. And that's why I'm saying like you're gonna milk the user on this one for credits. And it's just like it's easier for me to just say suggest an edit and it does the edit right there, and then I move on to the next exercise to check. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Meh. I mean, you kind of do because you already have the rest of the plan. So, mm, I don't know. I'm thinking about how I would, which I wouldn't, but how I would um, create a plan for myself and then tweak the plan. The usual behavior is I let's say I'm using AI planning because it's the same thing. I receive the plan, I read the plan, something needs to change. I ask in a chat message the changes that needs to happen because it's on the plan. And then AI do the changes the LLM does the changes. I reread the plan, specifically the portion that have been changed, and then if all is good, I said build. The thing here is that you are providing based on the UI specifically. I'm gonna use that as the reason. Based on the UI that you're showcasing here, you are roughly requiring me to give you feedback um, on each messages or on each exercises individually. And in my use case, it's mostly a global thing of I read the plan and then I will say, oh, well, the TRX chest press is supposed to be 4 sets of 8. The low row, we can remove it, or the low row give me like an alternative because I don't have the ability to do that right now. The squat is good and the plank is good. Let's do the tweaks. And then you press enter. And that's like one big ass message at the bottom of the page, but not like one per specific thing. Uh, but that is the only thing that I have right now that I'm like, yeah, that is the change that I would do. But not like one by one. I feel like if I had to do the changes one by one, which is basically what you have here, that would, in my head, expect change would happen immediately because of the save notes section. So, yeah, basically that kind of works. I don't know. Well, that's a bit of a complicated thing. Um, I don't know if that would make sense for some people that don't have the at behavior. Like I am used to Cursor and other platforms that have at file, at location, at folder, at whatever. And therefore this kind of works for me because it makes sense. Um, I know you added the add button next to the chat, but it's just it might not be um as yeah, they use it to mention other people, not necessarily exercises. That's the thing. I mean, you can try. It doesn't cost you anything. And if it doesn't work, you can have the add button be a plus button that just pulls the list of all of the exercises that are in the current plan. Like that's as easy as that. Like you click on that, you have a menu that opens with all the exercises. User clicks on one, it just added with an add in it. And as soon as you do that at least once, then user will know that typing at and then typing the name of the exercise will 100% have the effect that you want. The issue that you have right here is that uh, based on what you're showcasing here, user could be able to or will never be able to type this based on your current session. So the reason why I'm saying this is TRX chest press and TRX low row and TRX whatever squat, I think, um, change the TRX space that breaks the act. The space is meant to break the act. So you would need to have autocomplete above. Yeah, but that also means that basically if I like that space that to add something is supposed to still be working. Like it's supposed to be the same string, which is really weird. So I don't know exactly how that is defined and checked, and that's why like having the plus here that just looks open and give me the list of the entire thing is potentially a bit of an easier time for some users, but yeah, other than that, it's fine. So I understand that the user have a better time with the UI. That makes sense. That's the plan. Um, I do also understand that the chat is working. Um, I would still get something like a mix of both, because some people will have better an easier time with the chat. Some people will have an easier time with the UI, and if you just provide both options, it's probably going to be okay. Again, I just feel like your previous image right there is what confusing for me. Of even though it's written save notes, it feels like I'm gonna edit that one by one. So yeah, and then if you want to remove that and move to the slide drag option, that's a good thing. But if the suggest tweak is supposed to say remove that because I don't want to do this, that pissed me off. Like it's I I'm just gonna remove this thing anyways. I know this. So if I have to add a note that says please remove this, it's not good, or I don't like this, remove it. Oh, it's probably gonna not work for me. So, and again, you know, could happen. Um, yeah, I know it works, as you mentioned. I know it works, but it's just like I would change cards. That's the thing. I think the wizard option that we were talking about earlier is a pretty good option. Instead of in order to have easy to use UI, getting through a wizard for some user is yeah. Um yeah, I need to output it. I don't have the output yet. I don't have the output. Um yeah, I understand the complexity there. Um these features specifically, right? We agree with that. That feature specifically is I already have a plan and I want to make tweaks to it. but I want to tweak it. So it's for already existing users. That's the first thing. And the people that will make tweaks are probably the people that will have a greater understanding of the thing that they're doing. So they have um, a better way of speaking about the subject, usually. Uh, that means that it could work really well with the chat below. The notes is fine, but as you just mentioned, you are mixing workout, editor, and review and builder in one space. And in order to be true to the app concept of you have an AI assistant that helps you build up your workout plan, gym related content, activity, whatever, I would rather have people go through the chat every time they want to do something rather than give them access to other features of tweaking somewhere else. Like the core of the app is the chat, hence the name. And therefore, if you just give me an alternative UI like this in the chat that says, like, here is your plan, it looks like this. Want to make some tweaks? You click on the tweak button. It gives you some buttons, inputs, things on each of the exercise, and then you can say, "Here are my tweaks," and then it sends and it does the tweaks. But you are still within that interface. That would make more sense for me because you want to manage things from here. If I go into my profile and I go into my sessions and so on, I can click on edit session or tweak session that send the session to the chat and I can edit it from there. That might be a bit more of a coherent, cohesive UI for the entire project because the name is ChatGPT, so it's a chat-based thing. So I'm expecting to use a chat-based interface 99% of the time. Or maybe let's say 90% of the time, the 10% that are in there for tracking what you're doing during the workout is not necessarily a chat. But even then, if it could have been within the chat, it potentially could work. But that I guess like that's the feeling that I have about it, where it's just like I know that the UI will generate prompt that would then be in the chat, but I feel like it's complexity for no real output, or at least not as positive output as you want them to be. And that that might be the not as good. That might be not as good. I don't know. Um, uh, it bothers me because there is something in there that is probably the best option, but just the use case in question feels wrong to me. And therefore, it's just like I don't know what would be best in that specific use case where you get an output, like you get a plan, you want to do tweaks on the plan, and you need to go into each single things to do the tweaks instead of having the core of the UI that is mostly a chain. That's the thing. Also, as I mentioned, I'm using the uh, welcome back. I'm using the cloud plan kind of mindset, which is not necessarily the thing that you want to have, but it works. um, Damn, I see. Yeah. We just helped Dapshi on a UX problem, and Stony asked for an export of the icons, which is kind of gonna break shit. I need to rename 5,000. Not 5,000. 1,000 icon. I have, but it's not published yet. um, Basically, what's happening in that department is that the doc project in code and so on is easily scrapable, like very, very, very easily scrapable. So since the package is supposed to be for the devs have skills, and if I'm selling a package that is basically a set of CSS presets and so on that are used within the docs, then it can be scraped in no time, and the usefulness of buying the thing becomes inexistent, and therefore most people that have the skills will probably just scrape the shit out of it, and that's it. So yeah, either I release the thing with just the icons. No, for the icons is good. It's for the components. That's the issue. Uh, that's probably gonna break the stream, but don't worry about it. So if I go, I guess it's gonna be good enough. Everything that we have in here, the icons for the free tier, which is the line icons, these ones are 100% proper SVG lined and so on. As soon as, gonna go on the ass, as soon as I switch to Duo, Sharp, and Solid, these are PNGs. So SVGs are accessible, that's good. But anything else that is like in there, PNGs. Not, I mean, usable because they are massive, but not the best option, right? So for the icons, we good. For the docs, it's the issue. In there, if you want to have like colors and shit, this is coming from somewhere else, so we good. Like no issues with that. But as soon as you go into here, since I'm showcasing the component in question, let me use a component that makes more sense. uh, since I'm showcasing the component in question, I give you some controls on the side, and you can have access to like different sizes, different shit, different whatever. The main goal that we have is that once you have tweaked it as good as you need it to be tweaked, you can copy that code block and then just paste that into your code base. All of these is just using the the class and the CSS properties and so on. So if you don't have access to the rest, then obviously. But then any competent dev, weirdly enough, has access to this. I know, it's crazy. And we'll have the ability to just say, okay, cool, so that's my field wrap for the input, which is coming from the input CSS, which if I click on it, well, that entire thing is the input CSS, which means that you as the viewer of the page, you have access to the entirety of the CSS that I'm officially selling. And I don't think there is any way, or maybe I don't know, to basically give you this experience where you have the tweakability of everything and say, okay, so this is like, we have an icon in the front, we have a specific type of placeholder, the icon is supposed to be this thing, and so on, and then copy paste that thing. Without having this be CSS, or at least the CSS that we're using. Otherwise, I could recreate alternative CSS that is like obstructed, but the obstruction is just not working because the browser still needs somehow to read the CSS. So that's the current thing, and that's why it's taking so long. It's just like, I don't know what I can do in order to get this there. We'll see, don't traveler. We'll see. But yeah, so that's the reason why the mom UI kit and the docs are not there yet. It's just a skill issue on my end, and even Claude has a bit of an issue with it, where I don't think I have a solution. So my initial solution, and Stony, going back to what you're saying about Tailwind, Tailwind is not necessarily a good reference. Tailwind Plus is providing the UI kits, the UI block, and so on. So the UI kit's the base. I appreciate it. If I go into like some of these, I have this. I have the code. Anything that is supposed to be there, or I need to get the code with payment, is weirdly enough Wait, it's there. So I do have access to things. The main difference is that it is obfuscated CSS, where the classes just makes absolutely no sense. That's the point. But the CSS is still there. So like I don't know exactly how they do this. Of the pricing CSS is not attached, even though it was attached. But it's just it's there. And you have all of the content that is in there. So that's I don't think there is an option to obfuscate, and that's the thing. This alone is making it like harder for people to scrape, kinda, not really. Because as soon as you have access to the components JS, because it's like CSS and GS, then you're done. But yeah, I don't know. Nonetheless, that's where we are. That's the reason why we're missing a thing. Yeah, they stopped using images for the previews. They just have obfuscated CSS classes. So AAEV is a class, and it's CSS scrambling, which is an option, but I don't think it's gonna work. And then I don't have enough tokens to go through what is still needed to be done in here for the presentation. So later, but the UI is there. Technically speaking, you could do that, but I fear this is not necessarily going to be good. Like I can't select all for all. Like I need right now I would need a button. Like again, the main goal for this and the main reason why I'm not making this easy is just but you said you wanted a fucking sprite. Let me sprite it for you. You asked. However, you're just gonna get the regular lines, not the solid. I think you need the solid for some of the things that you want to do. Also, I haven't tried exporting the entirety of this as a sprite. So maybe. Damn. Seems about right. You can only clear, you can't select all. But yeah, no, nonetheless, the thing that you want is this. And also, I wish I could do that. That is not the case. Take your time. So you, God damn it, you need these, right? The warning is when I'm exporting things and they already exist. So I have like 1577 exporting SVGs right now to put into the Duo files. So it's gonna go there, and here is gonna tell me that the entirety of what already exists is already existing. So I'm just gonna replace that. That's a normal behavior. At least it is for me. But I don't know why that's the case, but that's the case. It's also nice to see that, for example, the Duo have 3 more icons than the rest. Like 1574 for sharp, regular, and I think solid as well. And these original additional 3 icons are my Joker's cards that I use on CAD. That's the only thing that I have. And obviously, I can't select all of the icons at once and then export all of them, because I decided to put them into the same space for later purposes. And the later didn't come in just yet. So yeah, now this is kind of shitty. I'm not gonna lie. Cool. Officially in my sources, icons. Wasn't the deadline on Friday? I thought the deadline was on Friday. Last Friday. Done. Let me check that. I wish I could send you the component as well, but I don't know. I don't know how I can export things. So I mean, it's kind of the client slash contest to extend the deadline because all 3 of you are slow. That is kind of them. So this was the thing that you sent, I think, and this is the latest version of said thing, isn't it? Cool. So, you changed the 3D things on the side compared to the original one here. So this is like center things, and now we have them side by side. So that's a cool kind of change. Header is a bit cramped, but that's the thing that I have. I don't think I need the translate on this one. I think that's gonna be fine. This is good-ish. I'm gonna go on the detail on that in about a second. This one is weird. I saw that from far away. Mainly because it's in Russian within the code, where we are supposed to see things in in English, usually in code. So that's it's a weird system. Okay, same issue on this. That's good. Make sure you have 1, 2, 3, and on 1, 1, 2. Small details here. Interesting. Cool. All right. You saying that right is the second page? As in, I mean, this was the become partner things, and then yeah, right. This become partner is the makes sense. Cool. Okay. So the first issue also web version of Figma is pissing me off. Just you open that here. So my first issue that I have on this specific section is, and I know I'm cramped on the side, is the fact that the layout is boring compared to your previous one. So when you look at this, you only have 2 rows, and you don't have transversal things anymore. Like you don't have connecting elements like you had here. So this is an interesting new layout, new stuff. It stands out from the regular grid. And right here we are almost back to a regular grid. So I don't know if it's simply having to switch these things together, because right now you have big card, small card, small card, medium card, medium card, and maybe just moving things around of having a big, small, medium, and a medium, big, small could potentially just move things around enough to make it feel like it's not 2 rows, but that section is kind of weird. That's fine. This 3D rendering is a bit complex for the amount of depth that you have in there. I understand, right? It's just like as if you had a div and so on. But in order to make it like more readable, this might be a bit strong. So I don't know exactly if this would work. Again, if you are competing against people that don't really have the 3D rendering skills, then this is still a good thing to showcase. And it works. I might suggest to have just one pane of glass in the back, and then the text on top, maybe with some engraved borders, like as if it was like an engraved on that pane of glass for everything, even though it's going to be a lot of engraving, it might be a bit more readable to, or easier to read. I was about to say readable to ease, a bit more readable. So that's the thing. You have the same testimonial, so that's good. Here, I don't know. Like the only thing that pisses me off there is the shadow, which is kind of strong, but it matches with the rest. So that's same thing that I said the first time. That section is good. There's just the 112, which I don't know exactly why that's the case, but that's the case. And then I'm gonna be on this is a detail that 99% of people will never see, nor will they care. But if they notice it, maybe they care. So they don't listen. It's fun. This icon, and this icon, they are good. But 2 of them are going into one direction and the other is going in the other. So diagonal this way, diagonal this way, diagonal this way. So you can usually have the search in that direction because right-handed you have the handle on the right side, so that makes sense. In order to have the other two to match the diagonal, I would just flip them to go the other way. So the key is going to have the head of the key here and the tail there, and then the point of the pen tool is going to be this way. So that just it's matching in terms of alignment. Other than that, it's fine. That's the only thing. If I just show you what I'm talking about, because it's gonna help if it's visually there. God damn it. God damn it. I guess it again. It's not much, but it kind of helps in having everything in the same direction. It's not necessary, to be honest. Most of the time, I'm trying to get like everything in the same direction. You could have done that, but this feels weird. Anyways, details. So that's fine. The center point is centered, so that's good. It just don't look as centered because of the amount of weight that this one is taking. But this is just a small detail. The fact that this one is currently disabled because you haven't finished this upload here makes sense, but might be a bit complicated. So I would probably go with the same thing that we've done here with the fade. So that it's visible, but not too much. So you have like the header and maybe you don't see the bottom section, but it just fades with the page. And so once this one is filled, then the fade goes away. So yeah. So that's a teeny tiny change. Footer is the same, so that's good. I think when I'm looking from here, and again, no one is looking from here. Like there is no users ever that is going to see the page from far away in combination or comparing it to the homepage. So don't worry too much about it, but it still showcases something. You have on the home landing page visuals with 3D rendering, visuals with 3D rendering, visuals with 3D renderings, visuals with icons. And then here you have visuals with 3D rendering, 3D, 3D, and then nothing for like 3 sections. There might be the need. All right. I mean, I'm not saying you hide the next steps. I'm saying you hide at the bottom of the last step that is not like there yet. Which technically, if the next step is the second one, then you're hiding the third one. I get it. I get it. It makes sense. So there is a lot of text here that you might benefit from having some 3D here and there, or by switching things around. And what I mean by that is that the headers needs to stay there. That section, maybe there is something in between with some text to just bump it out. Like here, you have big things with 3D rendering, then text, then 3D rendering, then technically text slash 3D rendering combined. So if we keep the same behavior, if you move something like this up, which is not really good to have like a testimonial first, but why not? Or another section right here, maybe that could help a bit, but that's just a detail. But yeah, other than that, the page is good. The content is pretty good. Um, that that makes it more interesting, kind of. Um, maybe interesting behavior here. If I do that, I end up with not enough or too much space. This one is kind of debatable. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. um, yeah, maybe testimonials above the XML is going to be enough to make it like a bit of a split in the amount of visuals like that could help. Uh, the main thing that obviously I can't read, so I don't really know. But the main thing is the steps in the landing page needs to make sense in order for people to be able to understand. So if right after this having testimonials, then followed by the XML things, then followed by the FAQ, if that's good and if people understand this, then we are good. There is no question about it. Also, Stony, you sent this already earlier, and I took a look at it, but not a look at it. So what was this? That looks like a lot of commits, though. Got they? Got they? Nice. You sent me the. I don't have access to this pin because it's a Russian pin. Yeah. Um, interesting.
We're all in danger.
Nope. Can't find it. I think I know what it is. I think I know. It's probably one of the Microsoft Teams things, right? It's Panel. I think Panel has it. The Microsoft Panel thing. Oh my god, I'm dying. I see. It's OpenAI. It's a different thing, but it's also like kind of uh, Microsoft based thing. Yeah. Um, you can see the main difference. So even if I did uh like even if you did this with a when you look at it, there's not a lot of text. Everything is kind of clean. There's like 3 lines here, and then icon, 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 and then some text around there, but it's like far away. Here, you're showcasing just text. And there is the 3D-ness of this with different angles and different things that is interesting. Right there, you just have text, text, text. So I again, I do think that if you simply get your containers to be encrusted and engraved, like just the borders engraved inside of the main pane of glass, that could work. And then, in order to make it more interesting, if you have the time, but again, if tomorrow is the deadline, then tomorrow is the deadline. But having some things that are going on top of, like another cards like this, that instead of being exactly aligned with, you get it like on top, uh, somewhere around there. So it would, to me, it would end up with something that is probably bitch. Sorry, my bad. um, probably that's gonna be your angle. I don't think you have any other switch. It's just it's a 2 degrees. Yeah, apparently 2 to 3 degrees change. All right, cool. Like if you just have this with, I'm gonna do glass effect because that makes sense, and we're gonna use that with 0, and then have some more frost on top of it. If you have shit like this, like here and there, not necessarily some very complex content, but just in there. That might be enough to just make this stand out and not look as monolithic. So yeah. He wants the code of the XML to be showcased. I see. You can showcase it without showing the entirety of the things. You could be the XML logo if that's a thing. If you wanted to, you could place it like right here where there is an open spot, and then have something else on the other side. Like if that's if really it needs to not cover the content, then you can have something, but at least breaking the pattern with something there could already make it like more interesting. And obviously, if you have other floaty bits of whatever like that, then maybe that's like, just creating stuff without being too destructive. But if you have the XML logo right there, that could be an option. Very very simple, but yeah. Other than that, the rest is pretty cool. The rest is pretty much working, and I feel like that's fine. It's just like that that switch around here, there is a ton of text. So if you move that up and the flow is still flowing, then we good. That last step transition thing that I talked about might be good. If they want to showcase all of the steps, then showcase all of the steps. And as I mentioned last time, color needs to be for specific elements. So you have your main button here, your card with the main, potentially main action, main button there, actions to be done on each of the headers. So that makes sense. The buttons are highlighted. And then your FAQ background is a bit blue, but not too blue. So that's an interesting thing. I feel like that's fine. The fact that the XML is green in the center of everything feels kind of off and potentially just off-brand, but I don't know enough to be able to say, oh yeah, that feels off-brand for sure. Or if it's just like, I don't know how XML is, and therefore, yeah. Other than that, it's pretty good. It matched the rest, visually speaking. If you do blue XML, I fear it will be too blue for the entire thing. And also, within this, you also have kind of blue text. And I don't know exactly if that would work. Maybe you need this to be transparent, like truly transparent glass. But I don't know. Like there. But yeah, no, other than that, that's good. 3D is good. Kinda. So the kinda came from basically here to an extent. You have a light source that is different in a way. Like this one has a light source that is coming mostly from around here. Like your light is I guess there to have the refraction here and there and somewhere around there. But then on this one, your light source is somewhere around here. So it goes in that direction, but you also have a second light positioning underneath. On this one, you have a light bulb that is there and a light bulb that is above, like directly above, but you need one on the side to get the highlight on that cone. And then here, your charts are creating some, also your text is, careful on this one. Your text is, your charts is creating some highlights, which is good, but you still have a front-facing light, kinda, with some fall off that gives you that reflection here, but you don't have the reflection on the charts there. So it seems, and I don't know if that's the case, but it seems like you have multiple light sources that are not necessarily related to the shapes themselves. So potentially aligning this is a good option. And then on this one, you have a light source that is around here from the side. So that's it's a different thing. But other than that, you good. You are good. But yeah. Anything else that you experimented with? I'm exploring. Exploring is always good. That's a nice one. I like that. I feel like this might not necessarily work with the goals, but that's a nice illustration. Interesting system. At least you have 1, 2, 3 on this one. Congrats. I see. Well, I mean, reference-wise, it's pretty good. It's a good illustration. It works. These are good as well. That is that's a nice layout. It kind of works with this one as well in parallel. This is interesting. This is subtle. Not necessarily good, but this is a subtle thing. And these testimonials are nice. Again, don't know why the plus is there, but these are nice. Interesting layout. You still need to keep like the same layout for most of them anyways, but like these make sense. But yeah, did I miss something? Yes, I did. What's the plus doing? I mean, is it doing anything? Mm. Oh yeah, that's right. You said that. I remembered. I remembered. Uh, okay. I feel like the plus here makes me think that I'm gonna add the person or I'm gonna get more information about the person. Um, Not necessarily like expand this. So that's the thing. I might say this is a better option. With this being if you do this, can I? Yeah, fine. Nah, not really. If you do this, do you have prototyping in the goal? Like, is that something that will happen? Oh man. Because right here, for example, if I do that and I just have while hovering, they are there, then that could potentially just helps to not be as distracting of a plus than when I'm hovering. Oh, I see that there is something like this that might be interesting. Or if you don't want to be like as invisible as I just did it, maybe having them at like 20% and on hover is just like highlighted. So it's still there, but yeah. So it's one more mystery page that is probably linked to the same product. And that, yeah, that could work. That could be a very easy thing. uh, to just make it like less distracting from what it was a second ago. So that's the thing that you can do here. It would probably work. Um, then I guess here that section there is the issue that I have with it is mostly like the how visible it is and the impact of things. So I'm mostly gonna think of it as a physical element, right? Because you have the shadow underneath to highlight the uh, thing. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But these cards that are not expanded are within the, or they are touching the floor, like they are roughly on the floor, and that's why they have like some sort of a hard hands right there. What I could say or do on this is once they are open, the drop shadow that you have is just like a bit more blurred and a bit more down because it's just raised from the floor. So it's a subtle thing. And then if you want to make it look as if it is really raised from the floor, you can simply add with the same fill color, you add a stroke that is outside and you make it like, I don't know, 8 point or something, or maybe like even more if you want to, but you make it the exact same color as the background itself so that it looks like it's bigger as a whole. And that alone would make the cards kind of stand out. But that's the thing that could work. And then I would also probably give you like a bit more space once hovered or once opened. So probably keeping 16, getting this to be extended like this, probably a 24 above things. So there is a lot of layout shift, but based on your layout, if you collapse this, you're just on the next. So that could work. Technically speaking, me would do that. Just subtle there, but that's me, so don't worry about it. Can I do that? Would that work? I see. It doesn't. Mm. uh, yeah. I just added like an inner shadow that is white, so it matches the rest. So on open, you have the rest that is in there. You get a bit more space and a bit of an elevation. The frosted effect doesn't mean anything, and it's probably not aligned with the Russian behavior, so like debatable. Um, but even if you do 16, which is doubling the amount, so you usually have 16 between the two, adding like a sub container that adds 16 top and bottom so that it just expand a bit more. So when your FAQ is going to be open, that's the thing. And then this, I don't know for Russia. I know for me, but I don't know for Russia. We do this the other way. So this is the direction in which the element is going to be. So for me, for example, it's always going to be direction is going down. So it's expanding. So I'm showcasing that it's expanding down. However, here it's collapsing, so it's going to be smaller. So we want that to be like up because that's the direction in which it's going to go. So yeah. I don't know if you want to compress that whole section vertically. I think usually FAQ is pretty like this, which is good, but yeah, in my in my eyes, I also see this being an option, like kind of on hover for this, you get that. So from the floor, there is nothing. On hover, you have this. On click, you have this. So you have like 3 level of elevations, but it might be too weird for some things. So I would rather keep that so it keeps the same design language that you have here. Overall, pretty good. I don't know if it's too advanced. Again, depending on what you are showcasing, like if you are sending a PNG, then yeah, 100% too advanced. But if you are sending like an interactive prototypes and things are moving and people can click on stuff and it's interactive, then having things that just move around here and there is pretty useful to showcase understanding. And potentially make you stand out compared to the rest. So, yeah. Because if I arrived here and I'm hovering on the thing and I see it just raised from the floor, I'm like, okay, cool, interesting. And I click on it, it just expands. I'm like, okay, cool, very interesting. Yeah, like that's the thing that can happen. But other than that, I think that's it on this. I think that's it. Nope. So, I have a bit of an issue with your headers. I had a bit of an issue with your headers in the beginning, in the first time that we talked about it. I think it should be lower, but not by too much. Like 40 is a lot. But based on where it stands for where it's loading, a good distance of 40 is probably going to be pretty good to just anchor things without being like too attached to the top. Otherwise, if you don't want to do this way, and that's fine as well, maybe you want to do this instead and have that like so, like as an iPhone thing, so it's sticky there. But yeah, that's a detail that I'm like, maybe change that. But yeah, other than that, good. Yeah, not the nav. I'm talking mainly about the nav bar. Um, yeah, changing it to sticky on scroll is an interesting thing. Don't know if it would work. God dang. Yeah, you've done the exact same thing. Yeah, it's cleaner. I think it's a better header. I still don't like this center section with the gray. Um, that is not still bad for me, but you know, it's fine. But yeah, this is an interesting one as well. I uh, I agree. I agree. Nonetheless, other than that, I don't think I have anything else. The rest is fine. It's working. Things are okay. Layout is good. Content seems to be pretty good. Um, Organization might change, like again, this, just in order to move the weight once you're reading things. Like that's the most important part. Every time you want to make sure that when the user is scrolling through, it's just showing things that are like not overwhelming. So you arrive on this, cool. You have some information, cool. You get some testimonials, cool. You see that there is something underneath, cool. You move on to the FAQ. It's full page. You have the rest of the page right there, and then it's like the steps that you need to take. So you take the steps, then you're done. Then you arrive on the footer. Cool. So that's the. I feel like this is good. Changing this down is a bit overwhelming because you start here, you have like a lot of illustration, which is fine, a lot of illustration, which is fine, a lot of illustration, and then nothing and nothing and nothing. It's just like, dang. But I don't think this would make sense. Like, this is not, I mean, it could, but I don't know. Of testimonials first, numbers, FAQ, XML, and task. I feel like this is a very alternative or alternating section, which is fine, but it might be weird in the layout. So yeah, other than that, it's good. That is pretty good. I think, yeah. And it is 5:20. God damn it. And slowly I'm reading what Claude is saying. Um, mm, mm. Yes. So for the mention that it's doing of the stroke having hard coded color, this is something that I can't really change, and the display P3 is also something that I can't really define in the outputs of Figma, which is kind of sad. I wish that was the case, but that is not the case. So that's bad. And Jerome, you've done some uh, here plugs. Uh, I don't I don't know how they're called in English, but the thing that you put in your ears when it's too loud outside, specifically the yellow one here, this is pretty interesting. Um, I think the border adds something to it. This one is very, very simple, but yeah, I do like the not great. I feel like this is cool. This is just blobby. And the face being different makes sense and helps. So yeah. Um, you said border like this for the selected one. I see. I wasn't thinking like this, but fine. Fine. Um, yeah, I was mostly thinking uh I'm gonna just do a fucking rectangle, it's gonna be fine. I was mostly thinking uh this. And like some shit like this. I look cool. I know. Kane, what come on in. I'm sweating. I have the fucking AC and the fan right in front of me, and it doesn't work. I mean, it works, which means that I would be dead if they were not here. It's crazy. I would just have a border offset. So this one is taking the same color as the background, so it's matching background, and then the color selection is just outside of it. So it's just offsetting. And the only option that we have here is to get a matching with background. So that's going to be a bit of a complex thing, because I don't know if you can offset borders in SwiftUI. Maybe you can, and I just don't know how to do so. But yeah. It's currently 35 degrees. 35, and it feels like 38. And inside, it's probably 25, I guess. I guess 25. Makes sense. I am done. And you arrive very much at the end of the stream, Kate, right now. That's done. That is the time. But yes, Tony, I'll check if I can give you access to the CSS, like if I can export it as a whole thing, package, whatever. But yeah, we'll see then. You said who? Who lie? Syntax. What do you mean syntax? Syntax as in pudding garden? Syntax? Or something else? I see. I see. Oh my god. I missed what that she said. I see. I see. I see. But yeah, no, Kane, I am dying. It's it's crazy. Nothing works. I don't know what I can do to make the place um cooler. Like there's nothing that I can think of because the water that comes out of the tap is not cold. Um the 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 flooring is hot in the kitchen. Like it retains the heat, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Well, while we wait, I'm gonna pee, and then we're gonna come back. I am sweating. Oh my god. What do you mean you want me to French you at the end, like that, just like that? Oh, damn it. Uh, you said you started working around the time when PHP 3 came out, and then you did HTML. I see. I see. I see. I can say goodbye in French. No, 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 no. I can't say goodbye in French. That is not how it works. God damn. But yeah, it's like it is so hot in the bathroom slash kitchen that I'm sweating just by going there and then coming back. It is crazy. Oh, your authentication page yeah, was very French, using a lot of very French word that not a lot of people in French use. It's it is not good. Uh, this word right here, courriel, oh courriel, is the word for email, and I don't think I've heard anyone in the past 15 years use courriel in a sentence normally. Um, it's just like I hate it. um, and then password is password, but mode pass makes sense. That's fine. And this is red. Oh my god. Also, you use this, and I don't know why you went with the connection slash sign in, sign out like this. I mean, we talked about it, but like, not directly. Um, yeah, I mean that is indeed a solution. However, I know myself, and I would just stand up, and the Mac would fall in. That, that yeah, that would that would happen. Yeah, I would lose the Mac. Mm-mm. So no. Also, to give you a bit of an idea of the size of my balcony, because I do have a balcony, it's about two of these. Like these two blocks and the rail, like that's roughly the distance that I have in my in my uh in my balcony. Maybe two and a half right there. But yeah, so getting a pool is gonna be complicated. That hard. Yeah, that's interesting. um, make sure, however, that uh, you are taking the color of the background and inheriting the color of the background based on the selected color, like selected mood, because yeah, you need a. Basically, what I'm saying is that you need the variable that you're using for your background to be used here, which that's it. Um, so yeah, total beats. What morning? I do design review, yes, in general hours. Not like we are supposed to end the stream. We're supposed to have ended the stream an hour ago, so not now. But yes, in general, yes, I do. If you have like something that you want to show me and so on, you can share a link in the chat and we can talk about it. And or you can share the link in the Discord and we can talk about it there. That's an option. That is an option. The offset is transparent. You have an offset. That's good. That is good. Yeah, but with the fact that the name is Tonton Beats, and I believe Tonton is very French. I believe that's the fact that the French is not an issue. Not an issue, but maybe they don't. They don't. Not French, but Tonton is very Tonton. um, Canadian, maybe. I see. Was it like song based? Like Tonton? um, we can Q drop if I can type Q. Fuck me. Go ahead. You are from Amsterdam. That's interesting. Interesting. Let's wait for the drops. Let's join the drops. You know what? Let me drop myself too. Who did we say the fucking thing? Is syntax syntax or is syntax coding garden? It is. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. I am so sweaty. About a music streaming platform that needs design refinement, but I don't have money to pay a designer and I'm burnt out. That makes sense. That welcome here. You're in the right place. You find one of the designers that on the internet that is allergic to money and doesn't get paid most of the time. So yeah, we can take a look at a lot of things. So yeah, if you come back on um, if you come back on Wednesday before that time, if that's an option for you, it depends where you are located. Um, and yeah, I start at 1:30 Paris time. So if you are in Amsterdam and you are like roughly in that direction, then it's roughly the same time. So midday-ish, then we're good and we can take a look at it on Wednesday, unless I'm dead. Very important because
Your
on
own labs
Wednesday
just resubscribed for 23 months. Forgot about this.
it's gonna be 39 degrees, so I'm gonna be dead. But we're gonna see. Anyways, how do we drop the fucking thing? Is it drop Q things? Is that that's not it. Q drop? What's the order, Stony? You know that. You're supposed to know that. Stony, I'm putting you in charge of that. Start drop. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it looks. We'll see how it looks. I'm guessing I'm not gonna make it. Yep. Sorry. Congrats on landing. That double bump at the bottom was pretty good. That is pretty good. Appreciate that. At least I missed the target like expected. Everything is fine. We'll see if everything is good. So as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you like the stream and you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. If you like the stream and you didn't follow the channel so that you know you can get the notification, the shit that goes with it. If you like perfumes, go there. And if you have a lot of links that need to be sent to other people, use this. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. If you learn Japanese, you know that's the usual thing. Everything makes sense. I have too many links. So we are rating syntax for once, which is probably going to be useful for some of the people that are interested in AI and coding and so on. So yeah, and it is not Stream Zero. This thing is still broken since I created it. So yeah. Also, you won at 104, and actually you are right after 89, which is pretty cool. Really cool. Nonetheless, join us for the raid. We don't have a raid message because I don't. That's the thing. That's the thing. Lone Traveler is up. Oh my god. That please up. Anyways, take care of yourself. You know the drill. Eat something, drink something. Be kind to each other. Enjoy the raid, and I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye. And some drinking, of course. Of course. Of course.